start with the presentation. I think, Chairperson, you have already given the brief that we are tabling or the revised APP and the strategic plan, and this follows the budget that was tabled by the Minister of Finance. If we can have the slides on a presentation mode, Mozi, that will then assist. So that's really the purpose of the presentation, to table these two documents, the revised strategic plan 2025 to 2030, and also the revised annual performance plan for the 25-26 financial year. As you know, Chair, the strategic plan gives at a high level our plans for the next 5 years, and then the APP, it's really the annual plans, and then we'll also share with you the budget for the 25-26 financial year, but also over a 3-year horizon, what it looks like up to 27-28. So Mozi, if we can have this in a slide mode, that will then assist us. So the second slide just gives, or slide number 2, just gives a presentation outline of what is it that we are coming to present, Chair, starting with the purpose that I've dealt with. And then, Chairperson, you will recall that we were at the meeting of the Portfolio Committee on the 22nd of April 2025. So we'll then provide feedback on issues that were raised by the committee. That's the second area. I'm now on slide number 2, Mozi. And then the changes that were effected by the Department of Home Affairs with regards to the revised strategic plan and also the APP, and then the new Home Affairs at home. And then, of course, the vision, mission, values, and mandates and outcomes for the 5-year period, our contribution to the NDP, and then the MTDP. And then we'll also reflect on the commitments that have been made by the President in the State of the Nation address, and then other departmental priorities that we'll reflect on, and then the impact statement, outcome indicators, and target that are reflected in the strategic plan, and then the key priorities for the next 5-year plan, including the APP, and then the budget, which the CFO will then present. So if we can move to slide number 3. Chairperson, we thought that it's important to come back to you and share, slide number 4, sorry, Mozi, the issues that you had raised with us when we were here on the 22nd. So the first issue that was raised was the concern by the committee around the target for the white paper. Chairperson, we've revised that target with regards to the white paper. You will note that when we get to the presentation, we've now revised it both in the strategic plan and also in the APP. And in terms of the amended white paper on citizenship, immigration, and refugee protection, this will then be submitted to Cabinet for approval in the 25-26 financial year. And we hope that the legislation that will be in support of the amended white paper will then be submitted to Cabinet for introduction in Parliament in the 27-28 financial year. You'll recall, Chair, in the previous presentation, this stretched up to 2030, which you have then said it needed to be brought forward. So we have dealt with that aspect. The next slide, Mozi, then deals with issues that the committee raised with regards to the infrastructure of the Department of Home Affairs on the ground, in particular in rural areas. I think we do acknowledge that in some provinces, we do have offices that are not in a very good state. Just to remind the committee that that mandate in terms of sourcing accommodation for the department rests with the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. And as a result, we rely on them to provide us with suitable accommodation. Now, it's quite difficult to find some of the accommodation according to DPWNI in some of those areas. But as you know, Chair, we will be working with the banks to expand our footprint through some of the offices that they have, but also to provide services in those rural areas. We do have mobiles. And then we're currently ensuring that we finalize the integration.
We have lost the DG, I think. Mr. Matonzi?
Yes,
Yeah,
checking.
Chair.
Yeah, I think the DG is back. We just lost your
Okay.
DG.
Oh, apologies, Chair.
Yeah, sure. Proceed.
All right. And then I think the third area, Muzi, if we can move to the third area that was raised. It was a request by the committee, not actually a request. I think there was an indication that you will want to do an oversight with regards to the legal unit because of the lack of capacity and challenges. Chairperson, just to report back to the committee that finally we have appointed the Chief Director for Legal Services is actually online. He's joined us at this meeting, Advocate Dion Erasmus. And then currently, if we were to look at the Directorate Commercial Contracts, there's only one director, but we're currently looking at how to capacitate that unit. And where there's a need to review high-profile IS contracts, we do have a service provider that assists in that regard. And then with regards to drafting, there's currently a director and then two senior admin officers that are currently with us. And we are in the process of doing that. And then there's two officials that are currently doing experimental training and legal officers in that particular area. Apologies for that, there was some interruption. And then, of course, we are in the process of ensuring that the litigation unit also looking at how we can capacitate them. What is good is that they've been able to make a lot of inroads, in particular with regards to the backlog project. To that extent, it means we've actually reduced the litigation in this specific area. And then we're now moving to the next slide, which is really slide number 4, where we reflect on the issues that the committee raised with regards to. Are you able to move them, Mozi? Number 4. So slide number 4, Chair, you raised the concerns with regards to the cost of deportations of undocumented foreign nationals. I think the indication here that we're providing, Chair, that there are specific factors that influence issues related to illegal migration, which sometimes lead to a huge demand for deportation. And mainly this relates to operations that are conducted in the various provinces. Now, what we've been discussing in the department, it's a matter that we will need to discuss with DERCO. It's to have those direct engagements with those specific countries so that that matter is then elevated, Chair, to the binational commissions with specific countries that really contribute to the high numbers of illegal foreigners, mainly Zimbabwe, Mozambique, and Malawi, where most of these deportations are taking place, including the Kingdom of Lesotho, which we've already started raising that matter with them. Because we now need to look at how do we share the burden in terms of cost sharing with these neighboring countries, particularly with regards to the embassies that are here, and how do we get them to pay for some of these deportations as these people are from their own countries. So these are discussions that we need to have with these embassies through the Department of DERCO, International Relations and Cooperation. So you will note that we also have a small number of officials that currently
Mr. Matonzi?
Yes, Chair, I can hear you.
Yeah, I think
can you hear me?
challenge with the DG.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, DG, we can hear you. I think you keep running away. Yeah, you can
Can you hear
proceed.
me?
Yeah, proceed, DG.
I'm not sure what's wrong with the connectivity on the
Yeah,
floor where I am.
yeah, I
Now
can.
on slide number 5, if you can hear me.
Yeah, proceed, DG.
All right, thank you so much, Chairperson. So the next item that you had expressed a concern on was with regards to the renting of offices, which result in huge cost implications. But Chair, just to indicate that increasingly, we're cutting back the reliance on those private leases. Where we do have state-owned land, you will note that there were offices that were constructed. Of course, some of them are not complete. Mokopane, it's one of them. Thoyando is one of them. But Thoyando is not complete. And then Taongo, almost at 96%. And then, of course, Kwatuguza, which is also not complete. So the engagements are continuing through the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. However, Chair, we need to indicate that in certain instances, we did approach the post office, for example, the East London office, with a view for them to allow us to lease that office. Unfortunately, we were not successful. However, if you look at the digitization project in Silverton, we are actually utilizing post office buildings, which are really assisting us. And of course, if you look at the digitalization roadmap through the partnership that we have with the banks and the introduction of the kiosks and more offerings on online platforms, we hope that it will reduce the need for physical infrastructure. However, for those that are not able to access these services from Home Affairs offices, the partnership with the banks will then assist us. You will see in the next slides where we're planning to expand to at least 1,000 of those branches. And then you did raise item number 6, concerns with regards to the 205 million irregular expenditure related to the digitization projects, which aims to digitize at least 340 million records. Chairperson, as you recall, the procurement of information technology related goods and services is mainly done in line with the CETA Act 38 of 2022. Now, in this case, we mostly differed with the AGSA because the service providers were expected to provide a turnkey solution. Amongst others, it was the procurement of those high volume scanners, the training, which currently CETA does not do, the preparation of records and human resource management. So if you look at it, there are those areas that fall outside the scope that CETA has. However, Chairperson, if you look at the goods that we have received to the value of 205 million, which we have now disclosed in the financial statements, we've also requested National Treasury to condone that irregular expenditure, and therefore the issue of consequence management could therefore not be undertaken. So the next one, Chair, which is item number 7, it's the filling of vacancies within the immigration services and other branches. I think you also asked us how far we were with regards to the Chief Information Officer and the Deputy Director General of Immigration Services. Chairperson, we now have at least 150 posts which are at various stages of being filled. You will recall that in the past, we had to get approval from the DPSA to fill vacancies. That requirement has now fallen off. We are able to now fill these vacancies within a short period of time, obviously following the required processes. Now, we do have a target. That was one of the recommendations by the committee, that we need to have a target for filling vacancies. We do have a target in the ops plans, which we are monitoring, but also we monitor this target through what is referred to as the staffing committee, which I chair. And then with regards to the 2 positions that you asked, one for the Deputy Director General Information Services, we advertised for these positions, and then subject to a selection process in October, November. But by virtue of the specialized nature of the post, the selection process did not yield any suitable candidate. However, we have implemented business continuity measures within this post. The CSIR has seconded Mr. Leon Dupree in that position, so we are able to continue to function. The good news, Chair, is that we have now appointed a DDG, Human Resource Management and Development, with effect from the 2nd of June 2025. Mr. Neil Johnson is also here at the meeting. So that's the new DDG responsible for HR. So slowly we're beginning to fill those crucial vacancies that the committee had raised with us. Number 8, the committee wanted us to establish if there were short-term plans to improve stability of the NPR and whether it was possible to tap into the SARS network. Chairperson, as you know, we now have an MOU that we've signed with SARS to look at some of those provisions. However, if you were to look at the instability that was created in the system, you'll recall that, Chair, on election day, there was quite a lot of people that were applying for temporary identity certificates or TICs so that they can be eligible to vote. But on the same day, we also picked up that there were third-party entities that were exceeding their normal usage of verification services, which we were able to terminate immediately to bring stability to the National Population Register and also the harness. Now, the CSR really assisted us with ensuring that we're able to manage the traffic demand through this high availability proxy layer, which enables us to look at the demand, and then we're able to balance the load. And then also, how do we then shield the core systems, including the NPR, from direct exposure to external party or external queries that spiked. So that's what we have done. But you'll also note that, Chairperson, there were a number of recommendations that the CSIR has made with regards to this matter. It's actually 6. And out of them, work stream 1 was looking at people, work stream 2, networks, and then the other work stream was looking at applications, and then cybersecurity, and then governance and architecture. So that plan is currently being implemented. You'll note that it's one of the issues that the committee also raised that we needed to deal with. If we can move to slide number 9, I think number 9 is the next slide.
Hello?
So if you look at this request, Chair, am I still protected?
Yes, sorry, DM, if you can mute DM. Thank you, DM. You can proceed, DJ.
All right. So the next item, you raised a concern with regards to the challenges faced by the DHA when it comes to the payment of service providers within 30 days. And therefore, you wanted us to furnish you with plans to resolve these issues. So, Chair, there are really 3 reasons that contribute mainly to the delays that were experienced. One was a challenge with the bus system. At that point, Treasury, I think, was implementing some upgrades to it, which led to a number of delays. And then you also have incorrect banking details from some of the service providers. And then some of them change banks without informing the department, including banking details. And then, of course, there were incorrect invoices and, of course, the insufficient budget. But we've now implemented measures where managers are required to provide reasons why invoices are not paid within 30 days once they've received them. And of course, we're now ensuring that there's a stricter budget control to only allow for issuance of purchase orders once there's confirmation that a particular branch has a budget that is available for what they want to procure. The second area is where we create awareness with regards to issues related to finance and the need to ensure that service providers are paid within 30 days. And we do have a number of finance coordinators in each branch to make them aware that the unnecessary delays are not in favor of what the department is trying to do. But also we have appointed a service provider, Box Fusion, to implement a smart government integration system. Chairperson, this will enable us to track the invoices from the date of receipt to when it's finally paid, and the CFO can expand in detail with regards to that. Chairperson, I think yourself, you asked a question with regards to the self-service kiosks. which were launched by the president in May 2024. Chair, we had a number of challenges with regards to the integration of this service. We've since terminated that service provider. We're now looking at targeting the third quarter for this financial year to roll out the kiosks. We have now found another solution which we'll be implementing to enable us to expand our footprint through these kiosks. If we can move to the next item. The next item will be the recommendations that were made by the CSIR should be turned into project proposals. Chairperson, you will recall that we had brought in the CSIR to assist us with regards to some of the challenges that we were facing. I did allude earlier on that in the main, there were 6 work streams that were tasked to look at how to provide support to the department. One of them was looking at capacity, which means we do require a number of experienced and as you know, IT in certain areas requires a high level of skills. We currently are in the process of recruiting some to that specific area, but also the banks themselves that we are having partnerships with have also seconded some people to assist us. And then the network issue was dealt with by work stream number 2. And then, of course, work stream number 3 dealt with applications and information infrastructure. And then work stream number 4 was dealing with issues related to cyber security. So those recommendations are actively being implemented by the department as part of our broader digital transformation program. And of course, a number of offices have already been upgraded with regards to routers, switches, and links. And now we have a dedicated monitoring system which has been implemented to enable us to look at the entire ecosystem as to what is happening. And therefore, we are in the process of looking at completing that process by the 26-27 financial year. As you know, this so heavily depends on funding for some of these projects. Item number 12, you had requested us to look at the number of modernized offices in all the provinces where you said we need to increase. Chair, I need to indicate that we are currently expanding our footprints through a number of interventions, which will include opening of offices in the malls. And I think just a month ago, we launched another one at Tiger Valley in the Western Cape. This then adds to the offices that we already have at the malls, such as Menlyn, such as Cresta. And of course, we hope to increase in some of the areas where we don't have a reach. But critical is to make sure that we utilize the mobile services that we currently have, 224 of these, and then the use of kiosks, Chairperson, and the introduction of online channels as part of digital transformation. Of course, we'll want to make sure that these systems, as we are rolling them out, provide a secure and uninterrupted service, including ensuring that the security aspects are also effected. And then the last item that you had raised, item number 13, was, I think I've done, if you can move up, Musa, I think there was another one. There was item number 13. If not, then it means we've concluded the issues that you raised, Chair. I can then move now to the changes to the strategic plan and also the outcome targets. So the first outcome, Chair, is where we say we want to position the department to contribute positively to a capable and developmental state. And the outcome indicator here, it's the regulatory environment, which Chairperson has to be fit for a repositioned and digitally transformed DHA. Now, you'll recall, Chair, that our current baseline included, amongst others, the following. One was to work on the white paper on citizenship, immigration, and refugee protection, which is titled Towards a Complete Overhaul of the Migration System in South Africa. And Chair, you'll recall that the Cabinet had approved that white paper in 2024 April. And then, of course, with the marriage policy and the subsequent legislation approved by a Cabinet for tabling in Parliament. Chairperson, in your introductory remarks, you did indicate that recently, I think you were in the Northwest, to solicit public inputs to the bill. That's as a result of this policy. The third one is the official identity management policy and the subsequent legislation approved by Cabinet for tabling. We currently are working on finalizing some of these. And the one-stop border post, it's currently with you, having been tabled in the previous financial year. And then, of course, we need to finalize our work on the draft Home Affairs bill, working with the Office of the Chief State Law Advisor, where we're seeking a preliminary certification. Now, if you were to look at the 2030 target, Chairperson, on the white paper, we've actually implemented the recommendation that you have made, and we now will amend that white paper. Are in the process of amending the white paper on citizenship, immigration, and refugee protection, so that we're able to submit to Cabinet for approval before the 31st of March 2026. And then once that has been done, we hope that we should be able to introduce the legislation by 2027-28 financial year. And then the National Identification and Registration Bill submitted to Cabinet for approval to introduce in Parliament by the 2027-28 financial year. And then the last one, which is the Home Affairs Bill, which we hope will be able to submit to Cabinet for approval so that it can be introduced in Parliament by the 2027-28 financial year. So the next slide number 14, basically gives you what I've just referred to, those changes that were raised by the Portfolio Committee and are provided as reasons why we have now changed. So if you look at the current financial year, we hope to submit this to Cabinet for consideration and approval. And then by the 26-27 financial year, the same bill, we hope it will be submitted to the Minister for in-principle approval. Once that is done, it's then submitted to Cabinet for consideration and approval. And this is where Chairperson will then publish for public comments. Now, you'll note that in the revised annual target, we've indicated that there are no changes with regards to that, except that we will submit this for Cabinet for approval. And then the public comments in the 26-27 financial year. And then in the outer year, the matter will be with you, Chairperson, so that we're able to introduce this bill in Parliament. So we've indicated the reasons for the changes that we've effected. If we can move to slide number 15, Musi. This is where we deal with the birth target, Chairperson. At the global level, this target is really impacted by the birth rate. You will recall that in the previous APP that we had tabled, we had hoped that we will register at least 730, 500,000 birth registered within 30 days per calendar days. And then the next financial year, 26-27, we would have kept more or less the same target. In the outer year, kept the same target. However, we've revised this target, Chairperson, to 667,000 for the next 3 years. And primarily based on the following reasons. Chairperson, we have been looking at a number of studies. One is the one that we had commissioned ourselves, which indicates that the South African birth rate is declining. And as a result, a lot of birth occurrences that are happening at some of our hospitals are mainly those of foreign national females that are giving birth in South African hospitals. Now, we also had an engagement with the University of Cape Town entity referred to as LifeStart. Now, LifeStart has confirmed from their own research that the birth rate is declining, not only in South Africa, but all over the world. In fact, to the extent that these two hospitals in Gauteng that really specialize in maternal health, both Charlotte Maxeke and Raima Musa, have mainly reported that the birth rate for South African women is declining, and they are mainly assisting foreign mainly national females that are coming there. And then we've got other issues that are really related to the misalignment between our operating hours and those of the Department of Health officials. So these are some of the reasons why we've had to reduce that target. In fact, we actually have a graph that illustrates that around 1960, it had peaked. And then from there afterwards, from 1970s right up to last year, it's actually declining. If we can move to slide number 16, this one speaks to areas in the immigration service and civic services. Here, Chairperson, we now have effected two changes. One is the quarterly breakdown of identified sectors. These are the sectors, Chairperson, that the inspectorate team will be visiting with regards to how we deal with the 2000 DHA-led law enforcement inspections. The second one was the revision of the technical indicator descriptor for inspections and deportations, which means here we're mainly saying what are the means of verification columns. You'll recall, Chair, that the AGSA had a finding with regards to this specific target. So the changes are also aimed at dealing with the findings that were reflected by the AG. And then in the civic services space, we've actually expanded the scope of Smart ID card target to include those that are permanent residents. Naturalized citizens are already included in the list, Chair. So if we can move to the next slide, Musi. So the next slide basically indicates that the strategic plan for 2025 to 2030, actually it's key, Chairperson, to our vision to digitally transform the Department of Home Affairs in the next 5 years as we move towards the attainment of a digitally transformed department. The second bullet point speaks to our desired end state, which is really to deliver a digitally transformed department where all our services, whether it's related to immigration, civic services, refugee services, are all offered in a decentralized manner through electronic channels and also deliver dignity for all. The third one basically speaks to the vision that gives expression to the apex priorities of the GNU. And this is anchored, Chairperson, in the three following areas. One, the need to grow the economy and create jobs. But secondly, to reduce poverty and also to build a capable state. And then the last one speaks to a digitally transformed DHA, which will make a substantial contribution to the fulfillment of these three priorities that I've indicated emanating from the GNU. Now, if we can move to the next slide, Mozi, basically speaks to the introduction of a digital ID and also our new e-passports to all South Africans, whereby we'll be expanding services to more than 1,000 locations around the country. And we hope to do this in particular working with the banks. And then obviously the other area of work that we're looking at is where we introduce a number of digital channels whereby clients will be able to order enabling documents online, saving them a considerable time. Of course, with the option of them receiving some of these services at their doorstep. Now, the next bullet point speaks specifically to the creation of an electronic travel authorization or the ETA system, which seeks to automate and digitize the visa process right from beginning right up to the end. Also, this reform, Chair, will also assist us in tackling issues related to fraud and corruption, particularly in the immigration space, but also improve efficiencies in the visa processing space. And obviously, that will then lead to boosting tourism and also the attraction of critical skills that are mostly required for our economy. So the ETA chairperson will also be aligned to the BMA's introduction of automated entry and exit gates at all the ports of entry, which means it will assist us in the enhancement of security and efficiency of cross-border travel. If we can move to the next slide, basically deals again with the new home affairs at home. Chairperson, to unlock further the additional benefits. As we unlock this value, we hope that we should be able to adopt new digital technologies and, of course, digital tools, Chairperson. And I think once we do that, it will require us to have a rethink in terms of our business processes and models, which it has done at the moment. And that's where we are. Trying to look at the efficiencies in terms of our own business processes. The next one will be really key, the change organizational culture and the mindset. And I think it will be important here to indicate that we are working with one of the SETAs, Peace SETA, and also the University of Pretoria with regards to some of these issues and also the reskilling of our officials without ensuring that no one loses their job, because the jobs will automatically change to where they will need to work on various IT systems. And then, of course, that will lead to an improved customer experience through digital channels. And then how do we then use data analytics for better decision making? So the next slide, Chairperson, it's a graphic illustration that basically shows you how we intend to implement this new home affairs at home. You will note that the first graphic illustration just indicates that you can apply for a document online, on your phone, on your PC, and wherever you are. The second one requires you to provide facial recognition for verification in the same way, Chairperson, that you do when you want to access your banking through your phone. And then there's payment via online channels, and then you can then choose on the method of delivery. Of course, we'll want to make sure that it's a secured method of delivery, whether you're at home or whether you're at work. That's really what we're intending to do. The next slide, Chair, then deals with the vision, the mandate, and of course the values and the outcomes. If you look at the vision, which is at the center in green, light green, we indicate that we'll want to deliver home affairs at home, thereby ensuring that we have a digitally transformed department which drives economic growth, job creation, but also ensure that we're able to manage risks with regards to national security, but be able to deliver an efficient and dignified services to all clients. So the mandate remains the same, Chairperson and honorable members, which is divided into two broad categories, civic services and immigration services. The first mandate, of course, deals with the management of citizenship and civil registration, whereas the second mandate deals with issues related to international migration. And then, of course, the management of refugee protection is mandate number 3. If you look at our mission, which we have changed to align to a digitally transformed organization, we now say the DHA is committed to citizen empowerment and inclusivity, economic development, and national security through digital transformation. And how do we plan to do this? One, by ensuring that we have an efficient and secure we are secure custodian of citizenship. And then, of course, the civil registration through effective, modernized technology that enhances accountability, efficiency, and transparency. And then the second one speaks to how do we ensure that we are able to manage international migration using agile and innovative practices. And then, of course, the management of asylum seekers and refugees, again, utilizing digital platforms. Our values are stated there, Chairperson, and we indicate that our higher purpose is to build a home affairs which is able to deliver dignity, but also work for all South Africans. And in pursuit of this higher purpose, we indicate that we'll focus on issues related to ethical conduct, courageous action, innovative thinking, caring interactions, but also we must be solutions orientated in terms of how we deal with issues. And the outcomes are really reflected below there, which amongst others mainly speak to us fulfilling both our regional commitments, but also our global commitments, such as those related to UN conventions, those related to AU commitments that we have made, but also at a regional level within the SADC region. So if we can move to the next slide, then speaks to our contribution to the NDP, or the National Development Plan. Chairperson, a major focus of the NDP is to confront the interlinked challenges of poverty, inequality, and unemployment. And how do we seek to achieve this? Is by achieving higher growth rates. Now, we have indicated in the APP and the Strat Plan that we have a contribution to make as the Department of Home Affairs. And one of those is by ensuring that we include all citizens in democracy and development by providing them with a status and an identity that gives them access to rights and services. And this must be done, as we have said, Chair, in an efficient, effective, and professional and secured manner. And the second area that we refer to is that a further priority for us is to facilitate the acquisition of skills. Now, you will note, Chairperson, there's what is referred to as critical skills as one of the permits that we offer, or visa categories that we offer. Now, for us to develop that critical skills list, we do work with the Department of Higher Education and Training. In fact, they solicit from the market through service providers those skills that we think are new, or those skills that we need to include in the critical skills list to enable us that we are able to build our own timber in the Republic. And then, of course, the BMA will talk about how they drive integrated and coordinate border management to ensure that borders are effectively protected, secured, and well managed. And then, of course, we do take a role in regional economic development by working with SADC countries through the Department of International Relations and Cooperation. And then also key is how do we harness the fourth industrial revolution towards building a capable state? How do we modernize some of our initiatives so that we're able to reduce fraud and the cost of doing business by enabling e-government, which we hope will then be able to assist us in our economic drive to improve investment. So, Chair, let me now speak to the DHA commitments in terms of the MTDP. So the first strategic priority is our role in terms of driving inclusive growth and job creation. The strategic intervention that is here, Chairperson, is to reform the visa regime so that we're able to attract skills, we're able to promote investment and grow tourism in support of economic growth and job creation. Now, there are three interventions that we plan to make in this area. One of them is initiatives aimed at attracting skills and, of course, promoting investment and grow the tourism sector. Will indicate how we plan to do that. The second one is a reduction in the processing time for work visas. And the last one is the implementation of the electronic travel authorization for automated digital applications and adjudication of visas. So in the area of growing the economy and also promoting tourism, the midterm targets are two. One is the introduction of what is known as a trusted tour operator scheme. Chair and honorable members, this is a scheme that we've just recently launched. I think by this Sunday or by Monday this week, which was a public holiday, we were already at more than 15,000 applications that we have received through the Trusted Tour Operator Scheme. Now, what is good is that these are initiatives, Chairperson and honorable members, that are, in terms of IT, our own IT colleagues are able to develop some of these initiatives or the platforms where people are able to apply. The second one speaks to the Trusted Employer Scheme, which has been expanded to all those qualifying employers We've now launched the second phase of this scheme, where we're inviting big corporates to be part of this scheme to enable that they are able to promote investment, but also to attract the best skills that are required. So if you look at these targets, are mainly our midterm targets. We don't have targets for these two. So the indication is that both it's not applicable. Now, with regards to the reduction in the processing time for work visas, we will want to ensure that 95% of critical skills that are required and general work visas outcomes are issued within 4 weeks. Now, the end of term target with regards to this, it's the same. We want to ensure that 95% of critical skills are issued within 4 weeks. These targets are currently being monitored quite closely by the presidency, and on a quarterly basis, we do provide an update where we are. On the ETA, we will be in the next few months launching this ETA for tourists and also for short stay visas. Now, the ETA, or this designed electronic system, will be implemented by the end of 2029 to all visa categories, because we are of the view that it will create a platform for us not to depend on third-party service providers. If we can move to slide number 25, Mosi. Slide number 25, where we indicate that, apologies, 24, we skipped one. Where we indicate that our strategic priority is to build a capable, ethical, and developmental state. The strategic intervention here, Chair, is to ensure that all South Africans can obtain smart and digital IDs and e-passports. Now, there are 4 interventions in this specific area. One of them is to make sure that we replace the green barcoded IDs with smart ID cards. The second one is the introduction of a digital ID with remote authentication. And then the third one, it's the number of bank branches that are equipped with live capture functionality. And the last one speaks to the introduction and issuance of e-passports. So if you look at the midterm targets, on the first one with regards to the green barcoded IDs, we'll want to ensure that by midterm, we've actually discontinued the issuance of these green ID books, which has really been a source of some of the fraudulent activities. And if you look around the same with regards to the end of term, we'll really want to ensure that we have universal enrollment, which means almost all South Africans should have a smart ID system. And then, of course, with regards to digital ID, by midterm, we want to ensure that we have a digital ID that's created, which will have a digital wallet wherein you'll be able to add 15 additional documents or credentials added to the wallet. It therefore means, Chairperson, if you looking for your SASSA grant, you apply, you include that in your digital wallet. If you're looking for accessing a health center, that will also be in your digital wallet. And then we have a target that speaks to us expanding our footprint to the banks. Here we'll want to ensure that the live capture functionality is extended to 1,000 banks. So by the end of term, that target is not applicable, because we hope that we would have expanded the footprint, but also if South Africans are able to access Home Affairs from home through the online platform, that target will not be applicable. And then the issuance of e-passports, there's no midterm target that's due. The end of term target speaks to an e-passport that is issued. So if we can move to the next slide, Chair. So these are commitments that were made by the President in the State of the Nation address. There were actually 4. One is to launch a modern ETA, or electronic travel authorization, which is driven by artificial intelligence and machine learning to automate tourist and short-term stay visas. We are on course working with the team at SARS towards the launch of this modern ETA. The second one is to build the first components of a digital identity so that we are able to eliminate identity fraud, but also to expand social and financial inclusion to ensure that there's access for all at the touch of button. That's what the president said. And the third one is the implementation of a trusted tour operator scheme. We've done that to boost tourism and also with a focus specifically on China and India. So the majority of the 15,000 tourists that have been coming through are from these two countries. And we hope to expand to other countries once the efficiencies of the system are tested. And then it's to eradicate the permitting backlog. And we are left with just a small percentage to finalize mainly your appeals. The next slide then deals with other key departmental priorities that are reflected. One, it's the continued implementation of the DHA reposition program to give effect to the white paper on home affairs. The second one is to ensure that we contribute to public and social employment through the appointment of young people. You will recall, Chair, this digital transformation initiative, which we started in the sixth administration, so that we're able to digitize 340 million paper-based South African civic records. Obviously, some of these civic services has now been able to extract, they're able to utilize some of these. And then, of course, the continued modernization of our IT, including these digital transformation initiatives, ensuring that the network and system stability, that's the issue that you dealt with, Chair. And then, of course, we should endeavor to introduce a digital identity and e-passport by 2029, and then the rollout of smart cards to all those that are eligible, and then the automation, which is one of the priorities of the birth registration process for citizens and foreigners at public and private health facilities. So if we can move to the next slide, Muzi. So these are just some other initiatives that we're continuing to work on, which include public-private partnerships, triple Ps, that will assist us in the efficient delivery of services. And then the second one speaks to how we want to really ensure that we provide equitable and footprint development so that we're able to expand our footprint, our reach, by ensuring that we have efficiencies in the offices, but also moving to your non-traditional channels such as your mobile offices, the self-service interactive machines, the kiosks, and also the partnership with the banks that I spoke about. And of course, we'll continue to strive to maintain or to achieve a clean audit outcome. And then, of course, the implementation of the Protection of Personal Information Act, POPIA, and then the support that will continue to provide for the district development model by ensuring that we provide services for clients to access all enabling documents. And then, of course, critical is to ensure that we implement our plan to fight gender-based violence and femicide and deal with issues of gender, youth, and persons with disability. And then how do we then align ourselves to a just transition framework? How do we ensure that some of our offices consume clean energy? And then the last one, it's really to ensure compliance with international, regional, and national commitments. That's what we really will want to do. Now, we'll now move to some of the strategic plan for 2025-2030 impact statement, outcome indicators, and targets, Chairperson, very briefly, before we now move to conclusion. You'll note that the impact statement that's highlighted there, Chairperson, is that we'll want to ensure that there's a complete digital transformation of Home Affairs into a digitally first department to ensure citizen empowerment and the delivery of services in a dignified manner. The outcome is illustrated on your left. How do we ensure that we have a secured management of international migration? But critical is to ensure that our interests as a country are being served and then how do we then fulfill international commitments? So the outcome indicator is the international migration, which is managed in support of the national objectives or in our national interests, which are defined in our national interest framework document by DERCO. And then the middle baseline just indicates what we were tasked to do. One was to amend the second, where we embarked on a second amendment of the immigration regulations in May 2024. And then further in October, we effected more amendments. And then the e-visa tourism model rolled out to 34 countries. And then e-visa for business rolled out to Germany, France, and Japan. You'll note, Chairperson, that these have substantially changed, as I'll point out on the other side. And then the launch of the Trusted Tour Operator Scheme, which remains. If you look at the target that we have for 2030, we will continue to implement Vulindlela recommendations. We're now embarking on phase 2 of Vulindlela, which relates to really managing our risk, but taking a developmental approach through the implementation of a point-based system, introduction of a remote work visa, which we have implemented, trusted tour operator, trusted employer scheme, which has been expanded, and then the rollout of the ETA. And then 95% of critical skills and general work visa outcomes issued within 4 weeks. And then, of course, continuously updating the critical skills list as and when required. If we move to slide number 30, then speaks to what we are doing in the area of immigration as well. Efficient asylum seeker and refugee system in compliance with domestic and international obligations. Here, Chairperson, it's a new performance indicator where we want to measure the percentage of new asylum applications that are adjudicated within 180 working days from the date of registration on the asylum seeker management system. And then that aspect, we are of the view that it must be inclusive of appeals and reviews. So it's a new indicator, as I've said, and the target by the end of 2030 is to make sure that 90% of new asylum seeker applications are adjudicated within 180 days. And then the second area, it's really how do we ensure that we have a secured and efficient management system of citizenship and civil registration. We have indicated below there, in terms of the outcome indicator, the number of enabling documents issued to citizens and permanent residents by 2930. The indication in terms of our current baseline, we had indicated that a minimum of 14,162,004 enabling documents should be issued to citizens by 2025. This will include birth, this will include smart ID cards, and the numbers are reflected there, 3,446,484 for births. And then smart ID cards, more than 10,715,520. So you'll note that the target for 2030 will be a minimum of 17,085,500 enabling documents issued to citizens, including permanent residents. And then the target for birth, the 3.3 million, and then smart cards, ID cards, 13 million. Now, the critical indicator that we have here around citizenship is the replacement of green barcoded IDs. As I've said in the previous slide, we'll want to make sure that the green barcoded IDs that are issued at non-modernized offices, at least we move towards eradicating that. And then by 2030, is to ensure that you have universal enrollment in smart ID systems. So the next slide, Chair, then speaks to how do we contribute positively to ensuring that we have a secured population register that empowers citizens, enabling inclusivity and economic development and national security. Here, the outcome indicator, Chair, is an integrated identity system that must be operational. And we hope that the colleagues will finalize the specifications for national identity system, which the DG needs to consider and approve. And then the e-visa prototype, which is AI enabled. By 2030, we should have a single view of all travelers, including foreigners. And then below, it's how do we contribute positively to a capable and developmental state? We want to ensure that identified DHE services are available online, which includes the recruitment, and then by 2030, a digitally transformed DHA. And then the following services have been identified for ensuring that we digitize them. This will be the visa categories, including appeals, extensions of Section 22 and 24, the e-waiver model, exemption model, and then, of course, the submission for people that overstay, the good cause applications, and the e-Form 20 and verification of all products that are offered by immigration services. At civic services, we'll want to ensure that birth, passport, smart ID cards, and e-marriage registration and citizenship. So all those offerings, we hope we'll have digitalized all of them, including those that come from support services, leave, performance management, tracking invoices. I spoke to this earlier on, and the various reports that we provide to the Department of Monitoring and Evaluation. Then the next slide then basically speaks to our role in terms of building a capable and developmental state. There's an outcome indicator there where we said we'll want to introduce a digital ID with remote authentication. This is a new performance indicator, Chair. It was not there previously. And by 2030, we hope that we'll have 15 additional documents, credentials. This is where I was talking to the digital wallet on your digital identity. And then a percentage of 340 million civic services documents digitized by 2030. The current baseline is 12%, projected 40 million records. And then by 2030, we hope we'll have digitized at least 125 million records. But at the rate at which we are going with regards to this, Chair, we hope we will be able to do even much more quicker and faster. And then on the next one, it speaks to us positioning the department to contribute positively again to a capable and developmental state. Yeah, Chairperson, it's mainly the regulatory framework that we believe if we finalize it, to ensure that we have a framework that is fit for a repositioned and digitally transformed DHA. I'll speak to the 2030 targets. We'll want to ensure that we have an amended white paper on citizenship, immigration, and refugee protection. As we've indicated, we want to make sure that this is submitted to Cabinet for consideration and approval before the 31st of March 2026. The second one will be to ensure that the legislation that speaks to this amended white paper is finalized by 2027-28 by Parliament, and then the digital identity policy, which we hope to submit to Cabinet for approval by 31st of March 2026, and then the identification and registration bill, and then the Home Affairs bill that we also hope will be finalized by that financial year 27-28. So if you look at our priorities with regards to the APP, the first one speaks to digital transformation. The key elements are 5. One is to ensure that we modernize our end-to-end process with system integration, particularly utilizing artificial intelligence. And then the second one is where we want to adopt new digital tools and technologies. Of course, the world of work is changing. This therefore requires us to critically look at this. And then rethinking, as I've said previously, business processes and models. And then how do we improve the customer experience through digital channels, and then leveraging data and analytics so that we're able to make better decisions. So you will note, Chair, the target for this financial year, it's the ETA solutions for those visitors, visa categories, section 11.1 and 11.2. And then this you can be able to access on our website once we go live. Now, the key one for digital transformation, it's a foundational public key infrastructure, or the PKI, for digital identity, which needs to be configured, and then the e-passport document approved by the DG, and then 25 million records digitized, and then 10 offices with live capture functionality for smart ID cards and passport, and then 100 branches with live capture functionality. So if you look at our target for the next financial year, we'll want to ensure that we add to the ETA your study and critical skills visas. And then, of course, with regards to digital identity, we want to ensure that the development of digital identity is completed, and then we create a digital ID. The third area is really to ensure that the specs for the e-passports are approved by the CIO. And then with regards to digital records is to make sure that we have 25, and then in the outer year, another 25. And then offices with live capture, we have identified 10 for the next financial year, and also 10 for the outer year. And then the expansion to the banks, it's 400 that's identified, and then an additional 500. So if you look at them cumulatively, that translates to 1,000 branches, and that will be the same for ETA in 27-28. We want to ensure that that's delivered. Now, if you look at the other area that we'll want to look at, there's a target here for the 25-26 financial year. It's to ensure that we have capabilities that are developed for the method of delivery for smart ID cards and passport delivery at preferred places of delivery, whether it's at home, whether it's at work. In the next financial year, we'll want to make sure that we continue with the delivery of smart ID cards and passport at places that are preferred by the applicant. And then in the outer year, 27-28, we want to do the same. Now, if you look at the rollout of online birth registration, we'll want to make sure that this is done at 25 health facilities. And these are facilities that are capable, that have the capabilities, which are at health facilities to issue birth certificate. The target is not applicable in the next financial year and the outer year. And then by this financial year, there's 47 health facilities with automated birth functionality. And then we'll add another 45 in the next year, and then in the outer year, another 45. And then there's the rollout of 3 automated corporate services processes. These are aimed at improving our efficiencies internally. One of them is the e-leave, and then the PMDS, and then the invoice tracking. And then in the outer years, those targets are not there. And then with regards to IMS and also HR, it's the training of this 2,500 officials that we need to really make sure that there's digital literacy interventions. And then, of course, we indicate that this will be mandatory because that will be the new way of working. And then we increase that to 3,500. And then later on, we increase that to 4,000. So we'll continuously train until we make sure that everyone who's working at the Department of Home Affairs has the capabilities to execute what is required of them digitally. So the next one, the key priority, speaks to efficiencies in the issuance of civic enabling documents to ensure inclusivity and citizen empowerment. Here, there are 3 key elements. One, it's early birth registration. The second one, issuance of smart ID cards. The third one, the machine-readable passports. So I've spoken about the reduction in the birth registration target, which is now at 660,700,000. So we aim for the same in the next financial year and also in the outer year, 27-28. And then with regard to smart ID cards, we want to aim for 2.7. Of course, if we do more, that will be appreciated through the various platforms that we are launching. And then in the outer years, 2.7 and 2.7. And then, of course, the next one speaks to machine-readable passport. It remains at 90%, issued within 13 working days for those that are collected and processed within the Republic of South Africa. And then, of course, we do increase the number of working days for those that are done outside the Republic of South Africa. So the last one speaks to the ones for children also within 13 working days. I think it's 18 working days, 90%. And then if we can move to the next one. The next one speaks to 85% of permanent residence permits, finalized outcomes within 8 months. The target remains the same for the next year and also the outer year. And then 85% of critical skills finalized within 8 months. That target remains at 85% and 85 for the outer year. And then business section permits, section 27, 85% finalized in 26, 27, same, 27, 28, the same. And then 95% of critical skills visa outcomes issued within 4 weeks for applications submitted within the Republic of South Africa. We strive for 95%. And also in the outer year, another 95%. And then 90% of visa outcomes issued within 8 weeks for visa applications submitted within the RSA. So we're striving for 90% and also 90 in the outer year. And then 90% of general work visa outcomes issued within 8 weeks for applications within the Republic. So that percentage is 95 and 95. So if we can move to the next one. The next one basically speaks to the new areas that we are referring to. 95% of critical skills visa outcomes, particularly those that relate to the trusted employer scheme, 95% and 95% in the outer year. And then for the trusted employer scheme, there's outcomes that are within the Republic, 95, 95, and then 85% of visual ports of entry visa outcomes issued within 5 working days for applications submitted through the trusted tour operator scheme. So that sits at 85, and then the following year 85. And then the last one is 85 for those outcomes within 10 working days, those that are submitted through the e-visa platform. So it's 85% and 85 for the outer year. And then the next target speaks to the risk-based approach to immigration and also national security. This relates mainly to law enforcement, operations, and also inspections that are conducted. The second area is deportations that will be conducted and the adjudication of asylum seekers. So these are mainly people that will be new in the system. And then the target, it's 2,000 of those enforcement operations, inspections initiated and conducted for targeted sectors. Now, the targeted sectors are highlighted at the bottom. This will be your spaza shops, your hospitality industry, transportation and logistics, farms, mines, retail, saloons, electronics and cell phone companies, massage parlors, and the private security services. So in the next financial year, 26-27, we aim for 2,000, and in the outer year, another 2,000. And then with regards to asylum applications, it's 90%, those that are at the level of the refugee status determination officers. We'll want to conclude this within 30 working days. So for the next financial year, we sit at 90%, and the outer year, another 90. And then deportations conducted per annum, 40,000. We aim to go for the same in the next financial year and also in the outer financial year. You will recall, honorable members, that this is based on the allocation of the budget that we currently have. And then the next slide then deals with policy and legislative reforms that really will be key in supporting us on our transformation journey. So there's really 3 key elements. One is the Home Affairs Bill. The second one, digital identity policy. And the third one, the draft amended white paper on citizenship, immigration, and refugee protection. You'll note that for the Home Affairs Bill, we've indicated that we want to submit that to Cabinet for approval so that we can publish for public comments. That is in this financial year, 25-26. And then in the next financial year, this bill, we hope we will be able to get approval from Cabinet so that we can submit the bill into the parliamentary process. So on digital ID, we'll want this to be approved by the minister so that we can then submit to Cabinet for consideration and approval. And once that's done, we'll want to ensure that the National Identification and Registration Bill, it's then submitted to Cabinet for approval for public comments. And lastly, it's that bill that we hope will then finalize so that yourselves as Parliament can look at it. And then the last one, it's the draft amended white paper on citizenship, immigration, and refugee protection submitted to Cabinet for consideration and approval. And in the next financial year, we hope to publish that for public comments. And in the outer year, we hope we'll then be able to introduce this bill in Parliament. Can we then move to the next slide? And then in the fight against fraud and corruption as part of fight against crime, there are 4 key elements. One is to review our business processes. This is done by counter-corruption and security services. And then the second area is fraud and corruption investigations, and then threat and risk assessments. And then they also focus on vetting. So for this financial year, we'll want to conduct 12 business processes reviewed with regards to us identifying our vulnerabilities to fraud, corruption, and security breaches per annum. So that target remains the same for next year and also the outer year. And then 80% of reported cases on fraud and corruption finalized within 90 working days, sitting at 80%, and then 80% the next financial year on the outer year. And then 40 threats and risk assessments conducted in accordance with the MIS, which is the Minimum Information Security Standards, and also the Minimum Physical Security Standards, MPSS, so that we're able to mitigate these risks. So it's 40 this year, financial year 40, the following year, and the outer year 40. And then the vetting of files, we want to ensure that at least we complete 400 files that are then referred to SSA for evaluation, mainly in the 2 categories, 100 for top secret, 300 for confidential files. And the number remains the same for the next financial year based on the fact that the resources will be the same in terms of personnel and also the funding. If we can move to the next one. This then highlights the business processes that will be reviewed. For Q1, it's actually 3. They will be looking at the appeal process, whether there's any vulnerabilities. And this is quite important, Chair and honorable members, because by looking at these processes and reviewing them, we're able to identify particular trends that lead to other activities and therefore launch full-scale investigation. The second one speaks to multiple birth registration processes, 2 or more births. And the last one speaks to the first-time application processes for smart ID cards. This is mainly to ensure that our officials are keeping to the SOPs. And if not, we've then identified the trends and a recommendation is then made to the DDJ responsible to act. Q2, the business processes that will be reviewed will be the user identity allocation. This is what you utilize to access DHA systems, and then the review of population register functions, and then the passport collection process. In Q3, they'll want to do another 3, mainly looking at death registration, whether the forms are completed properly, ID collection processes, marriage registration, and then 3, in Q4, the admission of persons onto the National Population Register, mainly looking at function 006, and then the late registration of birth, particularly the ages 7 to 14, and then the last one, smart ID applications, where we look at B1 to B12. So these are the areas that counter-corruption will want to look at. If we can move to the next area. This is transformation and advocacy. 2 key elements. One is the promotion of work that we'll be doing to deal with gender-based violence and femicide, and also the rights of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. And then the second area, it's the promotion of DHA mandate and services. Here, Chairperson, there are three critical areas that we focus on in this financial year. The first one is to implement the GBVF plan. The second one, which is critical, is to make sure that 30% of public bids, the procurement is to women-owned businesses, and then incrementally we increase that to 40%, and then in the outer year also 40%. With regards to communication, there are three areas that we'll want to make sure that we ramp up communication: 56 media engagements, 6 outreach, 12 campaigns. So that remains the same for 26-27 and also 27-28 outer year. So that's really the focus of what the APP contains. So the CFO chair will take you through the budget for 25-26 and also 27-28. CFO, if you can then proceed, if the chair agrees.
Thank you,
No.
DG.
TG, you're putting me in the corner, so I must decide whether I don't agree for him to proceed or not.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Thank you.
So I must use my discretion that the CFO must not proceed. I think it's what the DG say.
No, Chair, we do need the budget. Without your approval, we can't spend the money. So, Chair, if the CFO...
On a later note, proceed, CFO.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson, and thank you. And also good morning to the Deputy Minister, the honourable members, the BMA Commissioner, and all colleagues on the platform. Chairperson, the budget has not changed, so I'm just going to focus on slides 46, 47, and then just deal with the budget pressures, if that's okay with you, Chairperson. So, Chairperson, on slide 46, this is our MTF allocation letter. I'm starting off on the 25-26 financial year, so that's the inside column. Chairperson, our indicative baseline allocation was 10 billion rands, 10.7 billion rands. There's a baseline increase of 321 million, and of that 321, there's 280 for the BMA plus 41 for the department.
Sorry, CFO, just for the benefit of the public, Muzi, is possible to it's not visible, in particular the amounts. I'm not sure how can we do it on the screen.
Chair, if I understand you correctly, you would like us just to point to the figures. Is that correct?
No, I'm saying the figures are not visible. I'm not sure whether it's on my part, but if there's something that Muzi can do.
No, really, it's not visible, Chairperson.
On the slides.
We can just ask that we have only the single slide, not the preview of the next slide. It will make it more clear. Thank you, Chair. It's Adam here.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think the single slide, just for benefit of also the public when they're following the presentation. If you can demobilize the next slide, Muzi, and we have the one slide, yeah, it will be better.
Yeah, Chair, maybe just to assist, if you can ask Moses to put it on slideshow and not show the other side, and also just to indicate, Chair, that the Minister has joined the meeting.
Okay, noted, DM, thanks. Welcome, Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members. Thank you.
Are you winning, Muzi?
Chairperson?
Mr. Matonzi?
Yes, if I can try maybe from my side to assist.
Okay.
Just moving to the slide 46, Chair.
Okay.
Sorry. So fast.
Yeah, I think it's better. It's better. CFO, thanks very much.
Thank
you can proceed. Yeah.
Chairperson, thank you, and thank you also to the colleagues for flighting the slide and making it more visible. Chairperson, I was on 2526, the MTF allocation letter. I started with the indicative allocation, which is 10.7 billion rands. That figure was increased with a baseline increase of 321 million. 280 million of that was for BMA, compensation of employees 41 mil, and then for Electoral Commission, the Electoral Commission is getting 885 million in the 26-27 for local elections. So, Chair, if you can then allow me just to move to 26-25, 26-27. There, the baseline, the indicative baseline increases to 12.462 billion. My apologies, Chairperson. And then for the outer here, it grows to 12.104. If you compare the 26-27 to the 27-28, you'll see that there's a decrease, but that's because of the huge allocation for the local election here. Chairperson, then we also have the MTF allocations, the earmarked funds. So there's for the recognition of passenger name recognition system, 217 mil, growing to 238 over the MTF. There's an allocation for BMA, Chairperson, for 1.7 billion. I believe that allocation has not come through yet, Chair. So, and then there's a 1.8 and a 1.9 billion over the MTF. So, Chairperson, to say this BMA allocation, my understanding is that that allocation has not come through. Then for Electoral Commission, Chairperson, there's 2 billion rands and 3 billion rands and 3.3 billion rands over the MTF. Also for political parties, 335, 351 and 367 million over the MTF. Chairperson, we also have specifically and exclusively appropriated funds, and that's for our IT systems and licenses. The amount there is 767 million, growing to 804 and then 840 in the outer here. Chairperson, the last allocation which I would like to highlight here is compensation of employees, which is for 4.2 billion, 4.4 billion, and the 4.6 billion over the MTF. So, Chairperson, that's our allocations as per the MTF allocation letters. Chairperson, I must just point out that every year we do get what's called self-financing. So self-financing is premised on the basis that the department issues enabling documents and where clients pay for such documents. This is passports and ID reissues. So that revenue, Chairperson, we are allowed to keep with the permission of National Treasury, and that gets then added to our baseline. Our target for revenue collection in the current financial year, 25-26, is 1.67 billion rands, Chair. So if we succeed in collecting that amount of money, our baseline will also be increased with that amount. Chairperson, the next slide is just the allocation per program and economic classification. So it takes the information that was given to us in terms of the MTF allocation letter and divides it across the 4 programs in the departmental program structure. The first one is administration, the second one is citizen affairs, the third one is immigration affairs, and the fourth one is institutional supports and transfers. So, Chairperson, administration includes a ministry, what we would normally call corporate services, but it's finance and HR is there. Citizen affairs includes the provinces, so there's also a huge allocation there for the provinces. We allocate the bulk of our money, Chairperson, to the provinces because that's where service delivery matters most. On immigration affairs, Chair, you'll notice there that there was a significant drop in the allocation of immigration affairs in 23-24. 24-25, and it's now only starting to pick up again. This was as a result of the move of the function of port control to BMA. Funds follow function, and as a result, all the money and all the posts that were in port control moved to the BMA. So, Chairperson, the last one is institutional support and transfers. That's where we put the money for, that's due to the Independent Electoral Commission, the BMA, and the Political Parties Fund. We put that money under that line item. So it's a straight transfer from our budget to their budgets. Chairperson, as you can see, for 25-26, it's the 11.060 billion. growing to 12.463 over the next year, and then 12,104 in the last year. Chairperson, we also split this in economic classifications, and one of our biggest items here is compensation of employee, the salary bill. For 25-26, the compensation bill is 4.232 billion. It's the same as the compensation of employee ceiling on the previous slide. So we're not exceeding that ceiling, Chair. But it also means, Chair, that we have pressures when it comes to the filling of posts. We cannot just fill posts without National Treasury approval. Chairperson, and having money. So then the next one, Chairperson, is on goods and services. Goods and services is under pressure, 2.5 billion. Then transfers and subsidies is the 4.25 billion, Chairperson. That's what goes to the BMA, the Electoral Commission, and the Political Parties Fund. We do not transfer any money to the government printing works, Chair, because we are self-financing. Chairperson, that's the 25-26, and then 26-27 is also the 12.104. It just gives the same information in a different format. Chairperson, with your permission, I'm going to skip slides 48, 49, and 50, and even 51. Those just gives you the further breakdown. If I can ask that we just perhaps move to slide 48 of program 1, for instance. Slide 48 gives us the information for program 1. So Chairperson, it just breaks down all these allocations further to sub-directorate level. And it makes it easier for us then to manage the budget at that level. Chairperson, if you allow me, I'm going to go to slide 52. 52 is just the budget outlook, Chairperson. I've already discussed the issues of the baseline increase, which is 2% over the MTF, Chairperson. It's not significant. If you look at it in real terms, we're probably getting less money than we got now. Chairperson, the issue for us on goods and services, the pressures there is that we are suffering major pressure points. We are trying to manage those pressure points to the best of our abilities. We do that in a threefold manner. So the pressures on goods and services, we look at our contracts, and where it's possible, we renegotiate contracts and terms and say to the guys, we can't keep on paying you at the same level. So that's the first one, Chair. So try and reduce your expenditure or your costs. The second one is to increase your revenue, and I've already spoken about the self-financing revenue, Chairperson, and our efforts there. It's also very much linked to the increase in fees for verification services. Should that be implemented, Chair, soon, then we will be able to meet our revenue targets and therefore be able to spend more given the self-financing allocation. Chairperson, then the last one is just obviously a combination of the two, so you can have cost saving plus revenue increase initiatives, and if you can play that in a cohesive manner, then you are able to come out with the little you have and the little you can self-generate. Chairperson, that's from my last input, Chairperson, is just to indicate the pressure points. So we have pressure on digitization. So, Chairperson, there is a prospect that we may be getting money from Treasury for the digitization project. Under buildings and infrastructure, Chairperson, you would have seen that there's an increase. We moved from 300 mil to 400 mil for buildings and facilities in the current financial year. It's not sufficient to cover our private leases as well as our state-owned leases. We've cover the shortfall from self-financing as the year progresses, Chair, when we run out of money there. The other issue is legal cost, and the last one is security services, Chair. So for physical guarding services, Chairperson, that's an expensive commodity, and we are looking at ways of making that more sustainable over the long term. Chairperson, if you allow me, I'll then conclude here at this point in time. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thanks very much, CFO. DG? DG? Is that
Yes, Chair. So the last slide is really to recommend to the Portfolio Committee to support the revised 2025 to 2030, the strategic plan that we've tabled, and then the revised 2025-26 annual performance plan and the related budget that has been tabled by the CFO. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks very much. We'll now, as agreed, to go straight invite the Commissioner, Dr. Masiapata, BMA.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. Good morning to the Honorable Minister and DM and colleagues. My name is Jane Tupana. I represent the Commissioner Chair, the Commissioner of the BMA, together with Deputy Commissioner General Chilembe, having the bilateral meetings with Lesotho today, the 17th and the 18th of June, 2025. If I may just indicate, Chair, before I go into the unlike the department's presentation that had run for about 2 hours, we were given a brief to stick to the areas where there had been changes, and therefore we were allocated 20 minutes. So we tried to organize a presentation in such a manner that it should be able to run within that particular time, taking it into consideration the presentation that was made on the 22nd of April when we appeared. Therefore, based on that, we looked into the amended areas, but the main document as submitted, Chair, is more detailed. Not sure if Muzi, you are able to flight the presentation for us. Just as he flies, Chair, just to go to the issues that the committee raised the previous time when we were here, or maybe let me introduce, sorry, my apologies. From the BMA this morning, I, considering that other assistant commissioners are with the commissioner and the deputy commissioner with Lesotho delegation, I have with me the assistant commissioner, who's the chief technology officer in the BMA, Mr. Managa. We also have on call the assistant commissioner, who is the CFO of the BMA, as well as the assistant commissioner in the commissioner's office, Dr. Luwengo. When we appeared, Chair, on the 22nd, members had raised the question of the cybersecurity documents that were still outstanding from the organization. This were subsequently submitted. The cybersecurity roadmap was submitted to the committee. I believe it had been recorded as such. It's safe to bring an emphasis that it is, however, unfunded, given the financial status of the organization as we're speaking. The organization continues to work with the state security on the vetting, as members would know that this is a mandatory requirement of Section 3.3 of the BMA Act, that all our officials should be vetted. It's a project that we are running, and the fact that it's not appearing as one of the APP targets doesn't say that we are taking it as secondary by any means, particularly that it is a legislated requirement. We also continue to work with the other entities within the sector and departments in the sector to make sure that the protocols and the service level agreements that are signed with them are implemented, including those that are outside the requirements of the legislated protocols, like the SIU, whom we are working very closely with. That I just want to indicate, members, and this had come from the previous sessions which we had with the members about the lifestyle audit, which we regard very, very critical. And I just want to update members here that everything had been planned for this to take place. However, when the budget finally didn't come in our favor, it is impractical for us to run this. Even with the SIU, just a quotation for
Sorry.
100.
Sorry, Deputy Commissioner.
Sure.
Can I check with you whether the issues you're taking to are on the presentation?
They are not on the presentation. Oh, sorry, Chair.
Okay.
Yeah, they are not on the
I-
presentation. That's why I'm highlighting them before I start.
Okay. No. I was worried. I thought they're on the presentation, so because there's no movement of the present. It's fine. Can proceed.
So, okay, that's okay. Yeah. So, unfortunately, this lifestyle audit, as we had planned, wouldn't proceed under the current budgetary constraints. Just to vet, to run lifestyle audit for 100 employees, the budget thereof is 9 million, just for 100, for which we had prioritized the executives and the very critical line functions that we wanted to start with. So just wanted to highlight this. But just lastly, Chair, one of the elements that you emphasized, even as we closed the discussion on the 22nd of April, was the concern for the funding status of the organization. Unfortunately, at that time, we were still living very optimistic as we had on trusted authority of the Treasury that the BMA was going to get money, particularly for digitization and a little bit bringing more capacity. But that unfortunately didn't materialize when the budget finally came through. There wasn't not even a cent addition to the BMA. Those are just a few things I wanted to highlight, Chair. As I indicated, the presentation is very brief, just was mainly on the brief as we were given. We can go through, Muzi can start moving the slides. I'm not going to go on each and every slide, particularly that on the strat plan, there are no revisions. You can go to slide, you can move the slides and perhaps go to the slide number, I guess, 5. Just so that we go quickly through the key outcomes for the organization: institutional excellence, distinguished by digital transformation, good corporate governance, and ethical leadership. Outcome number 2, secure borders that protect national interest and enhance national security. Outcome number 3, improved cross-border ecosystem for the legitimate movement of goods and improved cross-border ecosystem for the legitimate movement of persons, which is outcome number 4. And lastly, the strengthening of coordination and cooperation with local and international stakeholders within the border management environment. These are the key outcomes of the BMA strat plan. And the next slide, which I won't stay on, it's just showing the linkage, how our strategic outcomes of the BMA are linked to the MTBP priorities. Just on the next slide of slide number 7, I've already referred to in the first 2 bullets. The other priorities talk directly to the mandate of the BMA as explicitly stated from the legislation itself: effective security of our borders, for effective border management to limit transnational crime and promote regional trade and legal movement of persons. Beyond taking into consideration all this, and including the MTBP, we also had to focus on the ministerial priorities, which we had to consider: adopting new digital tools and technologies, rethinking business processes and models, improving outcome experiences through digital channels, leveraging data analytics for better decision making, and changing organizational culture and mindset. From here, Chair, if you allow, I'm not going to repeat the the strategic plan outcomes because they are purely as they were submitted on the 22nd. I would then move to slide number 15, Muzi, which is where we are highlighting the changes that are happening on the APP. Just before I go into the APP, I just want to highlight the areas that you are going to see as slightly different from what we had presented earlier on the, and mainly these are linked to budgetary constraints. The number of ports with one and learn is one such priority. We had this as a priority in the previous year, and to continue to upscale on an annual basis to increase the numbers of ports, but this target had to be removed. Not that it's no longer priority, as members will see, this is about functionality and efficiency of our ports. We have moved it to the AOP, hoping that as negotiations continue, we haven't given up, as negotiations continue with Treasury, money will come through and we will be able to implement as planned. That indicator number 1.8, that was the number of business processes automated. This had slightly changed from what it was, the business processes then that were targeted to the movement control systems with biometric capabilities and interactive advanced passenger information. And this are replaced with the two systems that are the e-recruitment system and the electronic documents and record management systems. These are the systems that are within reach in terms of the limitations of the budget that we have. And again, in the same spirit of the learn and learn for additional number of ports, this is a battle that we continue to advance with National Treasury as we continue to emphasize the importance of the digitization, particularly in the front line, in the ports of entry, of course, supported by sufficient learn and learn. Output indicator number 2, 2.4, 2.5, and 2.6. These three indicators have been removed from the APP. These indicators are linked to the National Targeting Center, Chair and members. Or developing centralized technology for information and the data hub for identifying and mitigating border-related risks. And these are in relation to either it will be human smuggling of the CITES products, and other hazardous goods and unlawful. This is the NTC, which would then initially promised financial resources will be coming through. So these are just the indicators that we had to talk to, but we can now go to the APP so that members get to hear us presenting the APP as it looks now. We can move to the next slides, Muzi. That would be slide number 18. The initial one will start with program 1, and under this program, this is about 1.1. It's about continuous performance reporting. It is a common indicator, but for a young organization like the BMA, we still want to keep it on the radar in terms of the APP, just so that we improve and keep track of reporting on and get used to the compliance requirements in terms of the quarterly requirements and all the structures that we have to report to. I would not overemphasize this one. If we can move to the number 1.2, which is about ethics, and this indicator for the BMA becomes critical, particularly considering the vulnerability and the risks the risk of corruption and environment as it presents itself, the temptations that the officials would have. Chair and members would realize when one says in the year that just ended, we had dismissed 12 officials. One may think it's a small number, but for an organization that just has about 2,600 total employees, this just shows that there is an area that we still need to focus on. So the BMA takes this approach to this target that is more proactive on the ethics awareness, and particularly running it with the Department of Correctional Services, even bringing forth some people who are serving terms in our prisons for having committed similar offenses, to coming forward in some of these awareness programs to make our officials aware how bad this can be. So this, as indicated, includes the ethics training and workshops that will be conducted to raise awareness of the BMA employees and stakeholders on ethical conduct, organizational values, appropriate workplace conduct as we require. The main purpose of the indicator is to promote ethical awareness, reporting of unethical behavior, and foster a culture of integrity and accountability in the organization. This includes about improved knowledge and best practices that we want to instill in our officials. We have also even included the element of bringing in the public to assist us. As members would have seen, we have been over and above the internal platforms and reporting lines and the hotlines. We also have the operations ETVs, which brings in members of the public and gives them a platform for them to help us identify and report unethical conduct as it happens. So those are the targets in terms of the ethics workshops that will be conducted. The next indicator talks to the percentage in this is ordinary training of officials. I won't elaborate on this. This training plan that becomes a base document that informing the training interventions come from the skills audit that had already been conducted, and therefore just organizing training to ensure that the officials that are in the BMA are well capacitated, are given additional capacity where the gaps are identified in order to help them to execute their functions as required and in line with the mandate. The next one, 1.4, you can make music. The wellness interventions, I will also not overemphasize this. However, wellness is very critical, particularly in our environment, with officials in the front line, officials who are working on the borderline and who are having some kind of sometimes very severe and traumatizing experiences out there. The wellness becomes very critical, and we are not wanting to be found wanting in relation to this aspect. The next output indicator is the number of ports of entry with the BMA branding. And of course, I need to emphasize for members that we are very careful not to incur fruitless expenditure, in that the branding will not at all touch on the ports that are soon to be redeveloped. So the branding is just to make sure that there's no confusion by travelers as to how to move around, for example, within the port and where to get what, but also just to make sure that boldly this frontline sort of entry into the republic is well branded and not confusing to the travel The next indicator 1.6, if you can move, is number of business continuity plans developed. I would not repeat just the reading of it, but the business continuity in the ports of entry is very critical. There are quite a number of incidences that may occur, and if we are not preparing ourselves in terms of ensuring business continuity should anything happen. Sometimes it's natural disasters like the flooding that happened, and some ports had to some ports were not reachable for some time during the season, but also they are man-made or non-natural incidences that occur in the ports that may make the ports not functional for a period, and therefore the plans ensure that we have mitigations and are able to ensure continuity of services within our ports of entry when such a disaster strikes, with either man-made or natural. The next one, 1.7, number of business processes automated. I think this will be the last indicator under corporate. That's in this area, the indicator refers to the organizational process of transitioning from manual processing of data to the automation. It forms part of the digitalization program that we will embark on, starting with the least cost elements that will bring in more efficiency within the organization. And the indicator will show that we are having two, and I'd already spoken to these two earlier on when I was talking about the changes to the APP. This is the e-recruitment system and the electronic document and record management system. Now, I quickly would go, and looking at my time, I'll quickly go to the indicators under program 2, which is operations within the BMA. And 2.1 is the number of risk-based joint law enforcement operations led by the BMA. Members will see that we're moving from 40 to 158. And this is informed by the record and data that comes, as we say, you really need to have these operations more risk-based and more informed by our targeting data where they are needed, and there are sometimes more areas that require such. There is often an outcry, a legitimate one, that there is a number of entries or citizens are concerned about the areas that maybe our ability to combat transnational crime and prevent illegal movement of people into the country laws, and therefore this joint law enforcement operations led by the BMA would be one of the interventions that prevent such, and how we have scaled them would also indicate that we should be able to give more reward out of it if we more than triple the number of such operations that we had in the previous year. We can move to the next one, which is a 2.2% of illegal foreigners detected within the border law enforcement areas deported. This is about largely the people who are moving, avoiding the ports of entry, but largely and utilizing the outer side of the border law enforcement areas in the rivers and in those bushes to gain entry into the country. And this is an area where members would remember with the technology of the drones, this area had been enhanced, and even in terms of the numbers that are being deported, that shows that our ability to detect but also with our reaction through the push-to-talk and reaction on the ground, we are able to end up deporting all those that are detected and apprehended in these areas. The next one, we can move 2.3. the percentage of inadmissible persons that are detected at the ports of entry, refused entry. Again, these are inadmissible persons, and members would note that sometimes you have people, largely those that are under the previous indicator, people sometimes who don't even have documents at all. But with the inadmissible ones, we're having people mainly coming through our ports of entry, airports, and all under all modes, who may be trying to gain entry into the country, who are inadmissible for various reasons, then who are then disallowed from entering the Republic. The next one is indicator 2.4, percentage of agricultural goods inspected for compliance. And this indicator, members, it's very critical, particularly on the role that the BMA plays in the economy. Not that others, like when we're talking about inadmissible or people who should be deported, that they do have an impact on our economy and social structure within the country and security. But the agriculture element, the inspection is critical in that if there are lapses in this space, you could have instances where South African products are then barred, and therefore our commercial farmers would suffer, and the economy will suffer, as we may not be able to conduct trade and export our products to other parts of the world if we have a lapse in the inspection of products at our ports of entry. So this remains very critical, and therefore how we are able to even have the quarantine facilities and all other means that are required with the inspection to make sure that all consignments are inspected, and we are able to prevent this avoidable incidences that may compromise the economy of the Republic. I guess particularly at this time when this sector, the cultural sector, seem to be the one that's contributing the most and putting us even better in terms of our growth as it is. The next indicator, 2.5, it's the percentage, 100% of presented health-related goods monitored for compliance. Again, this is about the health products, and means here are to prevent the health of the citizens of this country. So the health products, as in products that people come carrying into the country through our ports, they should be duly inspected to determine if they meet the requirements for passage into the country. And this is to protect the health, applying all the health protocols on imports in accordance with the relevant statutory provisions, rules, and international trading standards. If we go to 2.6, which is the percentage of the CITES, CITES in this instance being the Convention on International Trade and in Endangered Species, on the fauna and flora, of course. Again, it's about the inspection, the consignments, that all the consignments coming through should then be inspected. And we again are bound by the international regulations that we have to abide by as a country in terms of the movement of the CITES across international boundaries. The 2.7 output indicator, number of ports of entry assessed for compliance with the international health regulations 2004. Sorry, 2004 of 2005. This again is a health indicator, and we are again bound by the international standards. And this is an indicator again that is ensuring the health, or just ensuring that our ports are not porous to allow for incidences that may cause serious havoc to the economy through compromised health, if individuals may be allowed in who would cause the spread of contagious and interjurisdictional diseases, and the requirements, the protocols, international requirements are such that we should even have sufficient facilities in our ports, like the holding rooms, if there's someone who's detected, who's found to be exhibiting very strange health behavior, strange temperatures that would show that instances that may be critical, before you have the health interventions by experts. The ports need to have all such facilities, and this being our last indicator of and under program 2. So, Chair and members, these are then the 14 indicators that are on the BMA's APP for the year 2025-26, as we present doing an amendment to the submission that we made when we were here in April, and the main document, Chair, highlighting this in details with the technical indicator descriptions. And as I indicated, Chair, we didn't bring in the other elements. And as the CFO of Home Affairs indicated, there are no changes to the budget. And that is why we didn't even bring it in, because we thought, okay, the budget is not part of the change. It still comes as it was. But Chair, if you may allow, we can have the CFO of the BMA just to reflect in a few minutes on the budget situation of the organization. I guess she will just have to overemphasize the budget hasn't changed, but to reflect on the challenges that are brought in by the lack of additional funding that had been promised, that unfortunately couldn't materialize for reasons that we probably understand of the status of the fiscus. But this, it's a blow to the continued operation of the PMA. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Chupana. Thanks very much, CFO. CFO. Mr. Matonsi or Commissioner
Yes.
Chupana, is the CFO online?
Yeah, she is online, unless she is online, Chair. I think maybe she could be muted.
Okay. CFO, can you unmute, please?
Just rejoin, Chairperson. Give her some time.
Oh, she's rejoined. Okay.
She is in the meeting, Chair.
CFO, can you proceed?
I'm sorry, Chair. I'm not sure if she could be having challenges. She's out. She's on holiday and she's out of the country. But I believe she could be able to hear us, and there's no problem with connectivity, I assume. CFO, if you can hear us, just to reflect on the challenges that are brought in by the lack of additional funding that was promised to the PMA.
Chairperson, she's no longer in the meeting. She has been kicked out, Chair. No, she's not in the meeting.
Okay. It's fine. Colleagues will call back the BMA next Tuesday to reflect on what entails in the finance And I think we're familiar with all of us as committee members, and also the ministry and the DG. And I think you recall our last 2024-5. It is 4-5 for 2025-2026, a budget vote. We collectively called for more funding, and I think a revised budget, we knew it obviously going to impact broadly on the work of the BMA. So Deputy Commissioner, in our next meeting on Tuesday, we're going to receive IEC and the government printing work. So we'll give a slot for BMA to deal with that matter.
Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, because if you are struggling to locate here, you can't create any other means outside. I don't know whether you don't have people who act in the border management authority. When people go to leave, there might be somebody who acts. But I think that is a matter the commissioners may need to be cautious, so that when you're called in Parliament, there must be somebody, or somebody who was in leave, somebody must be acting. Can I then invite members? DG, I'm not sure whether I want to deal with the last item, so that we comprehensively deal with these issues. Or what do you advise? The last item on the IT before members.
Yes, morning, Chair, morning, Minister, morning, Deputy Minister.
I think, Chair, I see on the chat that the CFO is back. Probably, maybe if we can just request that we, through your indulgence, Chair, we give that space, maybe. Seems to have been struggling with the volume.
Okay, can I establish first DM Commissioner Tupana, who is acting now? She's on. That's what now that she's on leave.
Chair, we do have Mr. Mr. Goody, but for the sake of this meeting, we had requested her to avail herself in person. We are very, very slim in terms of capacity in the BMA, but there are some meetings like this one. Even when I'm on holiday, I do join, and that is the practice we established, just to make sure that we retain the level of the meetings for participation by the highest level of executives. Chair.
Okay, thanks. Let's try her again if she's available. CFO.
Good morning to all of the members. Good morning to yourself, Honorable Chair, to the Deputy Minister, the Minister on the call, the colleagues from the Department of Home Affairs, as well as the colleagues from BMA. I hope I'm audible. My humble apologies. It seems technology was failing me this morning. I did try to unmute so that I could just give some additional or input to the question that the DC, the Deputy Commissioner, had actually asked me to input. Maybe the first is to confirm that indeed we were expecting that from the budget speech, we would see additional funding coming through, or allocation coming through. You would remember that when we came to the committee, we did mention the fact that we had done a business case that we had submitted to National Treasury. I think it was promising until the last changes that needed to happen on the budget, which then resulted in National Treasury saying that unfortunately BMA would then not be able to be funded or receive the additional funding that we ought to have received. We had quite a few plans on what we were going to do with that money, and I think that the Deputy Commissioner has covered some of them. One was the technology area, where we had planned to invest in technology, allowing us to automate many of our processes, specifically looking at some of the land borders, obviously removing the ones that are part of the redevelopment. We had also looked at how do we capacitate the BMA. We had always mentioned that as much as we did get people transferred from the various departments, but the issue remained is that we are unable to cover some of the most vulnerable areas in South Africa at our ports of entry, but also speaking to the fact that our corporate services continues to be unable to adequately support the core function. We also then looked at the tools of trade. We did mention the fact that when we had gone to CARA, we had requested a 500 million, which CARA only gave us 150 million. So we were hoping that from National Treasury we'd be able to get additional funding, which would allow us to be able to invest in some of the tools of trade that we were unable to invest in when CARA only gave us the 150. So it has really put us on a back foot. What we have done is looked at the funding that we have, or rather the budget that we have been given, which is the 1.753 billion. And we're trying to say that we need to prioritize things that are of great importance that will still be able to allow us to render the mandate, but it is going to be difficult for the BMA. We are scheduled to have a meeting with National Treasury in July with the hope of having further discussions that looks at how in the midterm we can be funded. But at this moment, I think it's to raise again that we find ourselves in a very difficult position from a financial point of view and being able to adequately and efficiently deliver on the mandate of the BMA. Thank you.
Thank you, CFO. Thank you for that brief. DG, I wanted to check if you were able to deal with the last item so that members interact with all the issues that have been raised.
No, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister and TM and honorable members. I think, Chair, it's a matter that I think we'll request your indulgence if we can come back, even if it's Tuesday next week, because I think it requires us to do an audit of all the contracts that we have and the opportunity that is now presented through the CETA regulations. So through you, Chair, I will request that the item be deferred to next week to enable the CIO to come with a comprehensive presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, members. Can we then invite your comments and questions? Members, I being informed that I think there were apologies that were requested, that members will also take off Honorable Ross and Honorable Mudisim for now that have recorded. Can I invite members to comment on the two presentations? Honorable Machi, Honorable Ross, and I think Honorable Mtolo. Honorable Machi, can start.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you so much. And also I have got to thank the presenters for such comprehensive presentations. Mine is just based, my concerns are based firstly on the strategic plan and annual performance by the Home Affairs Department. The presentation emphasizes an ambitious digital transformation, including digital ID, e-passports, and the ETA system, positioning DHA as an economic enabler. However, the budget outlook explicitly states that goods and services funding is not sufficient for all measures, spending pressures, and urgent policy priorities requiring reprioritization. Given this acknowledged funding gap, what specific ring-fenced budget allocation have been made for core digital transformation initiatives? Can citizens realistically expect by the end of March 2026 to demonstrate tangible progress? Secondly, the presentation links the DHA digital goals to BMA's introduction of automated entry and exit for enhanced security. Yet the previous BMA briefing revealed significant cuts to risk analysis reporting due to budget constraints. How will the DHA and BMA operationally integrate the new digital systems to actively compensate for the loss of these critical risk analysis capabilities, and what specific measurable joint mechanism can be shared a real-time risk database will be established in 2025-2026 to ensure this coordination directly enhances national security outcomes as mandated. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Let me, it's Honorable Machi, Honorable Rose, Honorable Mtolo, Honorable Mutambi, Mkhale, Honorable Matapo, Honorable Ngubane. Is there any other hand? Okay, I think that's all. Let's, you can lower hands, colleagues. Honorable Rose.
Thank you, Chair, and a big word of thanks as well to the departments for taking the trouble to go over the issues that we raised specifically, as well as then to highlight the changes. I think it's been very helpful and very comprehensive. Chair, first of all, we need to recognize that the Department of Home Affairs and the BMA in particular has really taken one for the team in terms of making the budget possible, the overall budget. Because the budget shortfall this year is extremely significant. I think, Chair, the opportunity that it creates is to operate more efficiently and try and find ways to do so. And there certainly seems to be a number of initiatives in the pipeline now that the department has really essentially been forced to operate with a lesser budget than last year in real terms. And I think the digitization is a big part of that. But first of all, Chair, I think we've spoken about the legal unit for many years. And so it's welcome that this unit is being strengthened because we cannot afford to lose easy money anymore from these court cases and contingent liabilities that sit there hanging around for years at a time. My question to the department in this regard, though, is there a clear link to the state attorney in terms of understanding when cases are being brought to the department? I know that was an issue in the past. And then also, will there be a mechanism where the legal unit will look at the different types of cases that are being brought against the department to pick up if there are any trends and then provide that feedback into the department? Because a number of these decisions are often based on poor quality decisions in the issuing of visas or a slow response. So that is my question in that regard. Chair, we also welcome the internal enforcement efforts. I think if you look at the research that's happened in the United States in terms of the effectiveness of ICE or these enforcements versus the use of e-verification systems, for example, where employers need to show that they have determined the citizenship of an employer before they can employ them. They found that both of these work together really well. The internal immigration enforcement, as well as local enforcement in businesses, both have a powerful effect. And we've seen that there's talks about municipal officials being given some immigration functions. I don't know if the DG or the DDG of immigration can just tell us a bit more about this, and whether there's anything as a committee from a legislative point of view that we need to look at to make that a reality. But certainly the number of internal enforcement officials that we have now and that we've had historically is totally insufficient. And so this is a potentially exciting development, Chair. Then in terms of the DDG of Information Services, I think we spoke about this at length as well, the challenge of filling these posts. So my question in this regard is this post subject to an occupation-specific dispensation, where the department is able to pay a market-related salary for this role? And if not, will that be considered? Then, Chair, in terms of the electronic travel authorization system, I think, Chair, this is it might sound like a digitization thing. It's just another digitization. This is an extremely powerful system or tool that is being proposed here. If you look at Australia, for example, they implemented ETAs for the 2000 Olympics. And then afterwards, they found in the next year, after the Olympics, that it had generated an additional $200 million annually and grown the tourism sector tremendously. So, but yeah, this is a very exciting initiative and one that we as a committee should keep an eye on to ensure that it is smoothly implemented because its ability to grow the economy and create jobs is extremely powerful. Then in terms of the amended white paper on citizenship, immigration and refugee protection, we welcome the fact that it will be moved forward. And I think based on our discussions on the immigration amendment bill, it has become very apparent that we need to ensure that we focus not only on illegal immigration and refugees, which is very important issues that we definitely must focus on, but also the opportunities that arise from legal tourism and investment. So from programs like the ETA, but also issues that we picked up around children. So the fact that foreign children, for example, are assisted to locate their parents, locate their embassy, find out who they are, their nationality, but the same courtesy hasn't been afforded in the past to undocumented South African children. And so I look forward, Chair, to a well-rounded white paper, and that these matters be brought forward as quickly as possible, so that we can deal with illegal immigration, but we can also leverage off the opportunities of legal tourism and investment, as well as ensuring that our undocumented South African children are not disadvantaged because of our immigration regime. Then, Chair, just 3 more points. We've noticed the insufficient DHA staff complemented health facilities. I think this is something at the beginning of the last term. This was a commitment to ensure that each of the health facilities is capacitated, and especially when we look at issues that were raised, for example, of foreign nationals in municipal clinics and health facilities, and then children being born there, and the challenges that are there in terms of trying to almost bill costs to the sending countries in this regard. But my question, if we look at 116 staff appointed in 283 health facilities, I'd like to understand how this is going to be capacitated over the next 5 years to ensure that we have as much coverage as possible. Because, Chair, often the late registration of birth challenge that our children face is because of cultural requirements for naming, for example. And so then a child will leave the health facility and they will say they're going to come back later once they determine the name and apply, etc. And then that doesn't happen. So, Chair, it's crucial that these health facilities are capacitated with Home Affairs official and capacity, that we can catch children as they are born before they leave. Then in terms of the BMA, Chair, just 1 point in this regard. I think it's unfortunate that the engagement on the funding with National Treasury didn't bear the fruit that we hoped for. But Chair, I think this it increases the urgency of the South African Police Service integration into the BMA. So we all know that all the other government departments that operate at the border have integrated into the BMA, except for the SA Police. And this is, Chair, it's by far the biggest component, the biggest number of resources, budget, etc., that the BMA desperately needs to be adequately financed and capacitated to really do its work to end the scourge of porous borders, Chair. And so I'd like to just get an update on what the progress is of the SAPS integration, and what are the outstanding steps that are required, and what are the roadblocks in this regard. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ross. Honorable Mtolo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to DM, members of the committee and department. Firstly, I want to welcome the report and thanks to the comprehensive report. Chair, firstly, I want to say this: we are happy that the white paper on citizenship, immigration, and refugees will be finished during the 7th Parliament. I have a question with the BMA. The BMA APP says the training will depend on the availability of budgets. Does this mean that the training is not a priority in the current budget? What progress has the Border Management Authority made in recruiting, training, and deploying border guards? Please provide the current numbers and timelines for full deployment on that. On the revised budgets by the Minister of Finance, hence implementation for the budget allocation to the Department of Home Affairs and BMA, and those impacts on some of the outcomes targets. Department of Home Affairs, what oversight mechanism does the department have in place to monitor SETA's performance? Does this include penalties for non-performance? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mtolo. Honorable Mutambi.
Thank you so much for the opportunity, and let me take this opportunity to greet the DM, DG, and the team, and you colleagues. I've got some few questions that I need to raise. Let me start with slide 47, the report by the CFO of the department with regard to compensation of employees, vis-a-vis the filling of vacancies in all the frontline services. You'll agree with me, you've been doing oversight. Also, the issue of long queues and whatever is based on these vacancies that are not filled. Then I heard the CFO commenting that when you fill a vacancy, you need to first get permission from a treasury, even when money is available. So I just want to all understand to say, in terms of the human resources, what are the current total number of vacant funded positions? Because also that has got an impact on the efficiency of the department. Then with regard to the funding pressure, with regard to the digitization project, there's an indication that money will be coming, there's a promise, but can we be precise? In the worst case scenario, when money won't be provided, what are the plans? How are you going to mitigate this risk? Because to me, it also looks as a risk. And then with regard to the issue of the legal costs that are also the pressures, I want to understand also what are the mitigation factors, because I realize this is one department where there's a lot of litigation. And then I want to understand in terms of that, if you are saying it's a budget pressure, how much have you put in place on that? And then in terms of the contingency measures, what have you put in place? Then with regard to the issue of digitization, which is a progress that one we accept this program as it is, and then I should think it comes with challenges on its own, and especially when you have to deal with the issue of the cyber risk. You'll agree with me that of late, if you check throughout the country, the country has been marred by a series of high-profile cyber attacks and data breaches in recent years, and these are the things that it's happening time and again. Going to the digitization project now, what mechanism have you put in place that will make sure that you are not vulnerable to cyber attacks? And also, do you have professionals that will look at that? Because it's also another critical issue to deal with, more so that if you are going digital, then you need to have cybersecurity professionals. And then also to understand in relation to their cybersecurity policy. Maybe these are the issues that are there. And then if it can be shared with us, because there's the pros and cons of going digital, but the issue also now where we are now, there's a lot of data breaches, including the cyber attacks. So I'm interested in knowing how will the department deal with that. Coming to the issue of the BMA, I heard the commissioner also emphasizing the issue of branding. But if one looks at your cars, Commissioner Tupani, they are branded, I can see, but that, don't you think that is too much? And what are the cost implications to that? I'm raising it in line with the issue that you have, the issue around cyber funding. And then also in line with that, I want to understand, because I know you are beneficiaries of the CARA funding, and that also alleviate your budgetary constraints. Can you share with us in line with how much did you get allocated from the CARA funding? And then how did you distribute that? Because I think that money is also meant to address your budgetary processes. Those are the issues that I want to get clarity on, Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mutambi. Honorable Mukhale.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and greetings to colleagues. I just have a few issues, Chair, that I just want to touch on based on the presentation. First of all, Chair, let me register this one, that it's disappointing that National Treasury has not availed sufficient funding for BMA. I would like to maybe get reasons why the National Treasury declined to provide additional funds for the BMA, given the critical functions or role that it has to play with regard to ensuring our border security and safety. Chairperson, in the opening remarks that the commissioner made, she highlighted the fact that they will not be able to conduct lifestyle audits due to the level or the cost that it carries. I mean, she gave an example that it's about 9 million for, I don't know the specific number of people that she said. But Chairperson, something as critical as this one, I don't think we must accept that the EMA will no longer be conducting lifestyle audits, given the high levels of corruption that we I can tell you, brought to my attention that there at OR Tambo International, the immigration officers there are highly corrupt, Chairperson. Highly corrupt. They facilitate the entry of illegal immigrants into the country without proper documents at a fee. They charge 30,000 per individual. So something like that, Chairperson, that has been brought to our attention, Chair. It will require that BMA conducts investigations, which will also include lifestyle audits. So I would not accept, Chair, that a critical thing like that will no longer be able to be done due to the lack of funds that has been cited by the commissioner. So I will want to impress upon the minister that we cannot allow that, officials of BMA not to be subjected to lifestyle audits because of lack of funding. So I would really ask that let's see which areas, Chair, fundings can be made available to ensure that we are able to, time and time again, conduct lifestyle audits, because it's critical, Chairperson, to ensure that we uproot corruption within the BMA. So I want to say that I personally will not accept, Chair, that the BMA should no longer be conducting lifestyle audits. Chair, the other issue, Chair, is with regards to the functions that were moved to BMA from the various departments. I want to check, Chair, if the funding that was associated with those particular functions, has the BMA received the funding for those particular functions? Because I know it was an issue previously. So we just want to check, Chair, if at this point, has that issue been resolved? Do they have funding for those particular posts? And coming to the department itself, Chair, I noted that the DG in the targeted areas for operations, I did not see the inclusion of factories or manufacturing sites or plants, which I think, but there was one operations that I saw the deputy minister conducting there in KZN in Ilembe district, but I don't see it being listed as one of the key areas where operations are going to be conducted to deal with employers who hire undocumented migrants. And Chairperson, I would like to also know or understand, besides conducting the operations themselves and arresting people who are found to be without documents, what is being done with employers who are consistently found to be engaged in this particular practice of employing undocumented migrants? What is being done to them to ensure that they stop this particular practice? And then lastly, Chair, with regards to because the DG was saying that they want to roll out the smart card, and one of the arguments or factors that he cited for the rollout of the smart card was the security related issues with regards to fraud, that the Green ID book is more susceptible to fraud. But Chair, we know that even with these smart card IDs, there have been instances of fraud and so on linked to the smart card, where the staff of Home Affairs colluding with criminal elements have been getting people to swap their identities, where South African national comes and then provides their details, but the foreign national comes also and gives their biometric identity. So I don't accept, Chair, that the Green ID book, well, it's a welcome thing that we are moving towards smart card ID, but I don't think the issue of fraud, it's less compared to when we are using the Green ID book. So I want to understand what the department is doing to fight against these kind of fraudulent activities with regard to the smart card, and also as we are moving towards a more digital home affairs or services, the security of the data of South Africans. How secure is the data that we provide to Home Affairs? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mkhale. Honorable Matopa.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to all. Let me also take this opportunity to welcome the presentation by the DG Chair. Regarding the 150 posts, which he had mentioned in the beginning of the presentation, I wish that those posts be filled as a matter of urgency, seeing that the Home Affairs Department has got human capital problems. He further makes mention of the self-service kiosk, whereby the service provider was terminated. And he mentioned also that they have found other solutions. Can you please mention which are these other solutions which were found? A detailed outline of these other solutions. And it is proven, Chair, that South Africa's birth rate has declined. So that says there's really a lot of loopholes in our policies and our laws, which are used against us to sue our departments. The case of the woman that crossed the border, Chair, that came to South Africa to give birth, and there were complications and charged the Department of Gauteng, the Gauteng Provincial Department, 17.2 million, Chair. So what is being done? Which policies can be put in place by the department to curb these practices, Chair? Furthermore, on slide 23, where it's mentioned by trusted employee schemes. Yes, it is mentioned there to grow tourism. And then it further goes to say, to outline that 95% of critical skills are mentioned there. Now my question is, what is defined by the Department of Home Affairs as critical skills? Because we also have our graduates who are sitting at home with critical skills. So I want to understand, what do they define as critical skills? Furthermore, Chair, I just have a few questions. That our illegal immigration remains one of the most serious threats to South Africa's sovereignty, security, and economic well-being. My first question would be, many illegal immigrants use fraudulent documentation to access services. What aggressive verification processes is being implemented to purge false records? Further, the second question would be, Home Affairs has long allowed leniency in enforcement, damaging public trust. What firm deadlines and enforcement metrics exist in this plan to prove immediate impact? The third question would be, previous performance plans have failed to curb illegal immigration. What makes this revision fundamentally different? What are the clear enforcement benchmarks that will prove success? Illegal foreigners often avoid deportation through legal loopholes. What legislative amendments are proposed in this plan to speed up removals? What roles does Home Affairs play in ensuring repeat offenders and criminals amongst illegal foreigners are not simply re-released into society? And lastly, Chair, how will Home Affairs ensure strict vetting of visa applications to prevent future waves of fraudulent entrants exploiting loopholes? Chair, this is a defining moment. The South African people will no longer tolerate complacency. This revised performance plan must end border insecurity enforce deportation without delay, and hold corrupt officials accountable. This committee has an obligation to protect the integrity of our nation. I thank you, Chair. That's my submission.
Thank you very much, Honorable Matopa. I got an indication that it's either Honorable Ngobeni will be taking a flight. Is Honorable Ngubane. Is Honorable Ngubane still on?
Chair, he's already boarded his flight. If I may ask his questions.
Okay, proceed, Honorable. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome to the Minister. Thank you for gracing us with your presence today, Minister. DM, thank you for always being there. The DG and Border Management DHE officials. One of the questions, I'm just going to read out his questions as he sent it to me, right? Chair, one of the concerns is about the recruitment at DDG or Chief Director level. The HR legal secondment from HSRC. Next is the CIO. Is the recruitment happening according to the requirements of the DPSA of transformation? Or is it just because we have a new boss, now we just recruit? The issue of not finding a suitable candidate when the unemployment is at 50% just is not adding up. What other executive positions at DDG or CD levels are we going to fill? Are we expecting the same to happen in other entities like BMA and GPW when executive posts become vacant, DDG? We see a reverse of transformation with this reflection. The service provider that was terminated, on what specific work was it on? And please remind us, what were the shortcomings of this service provider? And were mitigation factors done to make sure that work continues even after the termination of the service? Thirdly, a digitally transformed department, a high-level project plan on what has been digitized or modernized completely, the percentages of completeness, specifically where digitization has made significant improvements for DHA. Chair, we're asking this because we feel in the competition as GNU trying to outshine one another as ministers, we see DHA announcing huge progress everywhere, even on simple court outcomes that has nothing to do with digitization, but alluded as success to digitization. This is very important, Chairperson, with those targets date of 2026 and 2030, etc. We receive challenges for this applying online DG. It's good, but please look at loopholes of corruption coming. One experience I found was a divorcing couple that the other wanted to take the kid outside the country without the consent of the other. The cybersecurity threat, people forging PDF documents and transmitting them online as original and more of face-to-face avoidance of corruption versus online usage of corruption. The DHA, the DHET collaboration is happening as you are alluding, DG. The higher education itself is full of foreigners employed at an executive levels that are not critical skills. Can we get practical examples of these achievements you are talking about, DG? We don't see it as the people level. The critical skills list on boarding, can we also monitor this as a committee weekly? Reason we're asking this, Chair, is because we as Department of Affairs Web are #1 entry of all chaos and ills happening in the country. This is very concerning. We'd like to congratulate them on meeting targets, especially the critical ones. The digitization started in the 6th administration, and it is the one that I need us to keep track of. You mentioned it very well when you were talking on your last slide. Trusted employee scheme, trusted tourism scheme, CFO, self-financing revenue, CFO, ways of cutting costs is highly appreciated. Now we need to take a look of ways of cutting corruption quick and fast as well. I think I've covered all the questions, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable Matapo, I'm not sure if it's a legacy hand.
Thank you very much, Chair. It's not a legacy hand. I just have one question on the BMA presentation that was given on slide 30 and 31, where it is mentioned about products that are brought in, illegal products that are brought into our borders. Has the department, the BMA, seek other avenues or means to collaborate with the Consumer Council of South Africa, because seeing that they also have the same problem. So have they made means to collaborate with the Consumer Council? I thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks very much, honorable members and colleagues. And some of the issues I wanted to raise, you have correctly covered. I'll raise few. Honorable Matapo, I see your legacy hand again. Okay. I'll raise few issues. The first point I think is that we'll accept your request, DG, that we deal with the matters related to ICT and CITRA. The service CITRA is offering to the department, contractual standing, and the weaknesses that you have apportioned to CITRA, that you brief the committee full detail next week on Tuesday. We'll appreciate that. We'll see if we can get CITRA, Mr. Matonsi, to join the same platform or meeting so that we deal with this matter. And we have raised it sharply that it is a concern of the citizens that when they approach Home Affairs at all times, the system is down. And we're raising this within the background that we've received a detailed brief from CSIR and the recommendations and plans thereof. So we need to be more practical and clarity on specifics, how we're dealing with the matters that we've been having a conversation with the department. The first point is that we appreciate that you have reconsidered the call of the committee on the issues of the white paper on citizenship, migration, and protections of refugees. And I think we must appreciate that you have dealt with the view informed by the challenges that the country is facing. And I think you must take home that our understanding is that you are not overrolling the existing white paper. There are few, I'm quoting the presentation of this view, that there are few supplementary issues you are dealing with that will require you to process it with the minister, process it also with the DERCO. To some extent, there's a legal opinion around that subject matter, and you ought to familiarize the cabinet subcommittee and ultimately the cabinet, that will be followed by the public conversation or public comments for a bill to be developed to the committee. And I think that is the framework in which our understanding and how collectively we must work to that point. First, I want us to, Minister DMDG, you must work within the plan of the parliament and also at your level of the executive, that the framework of concluding a bill to that the president must assent is that there's a process which I think you've alluded to, Director General, that will move from the public hearing, cabinet, and consultations of the views that might have arisen. And when you bring it to the committee, the National Assembly must take the same route, and also the National Council of Provinces. And you must able to therefore present it to the president to consider it. So when we say the 6th in the 7th administration, we mean that by the 7 administration, the president must have ascended or signed the bill into law. So that's the conversation that we may need to draw a plan at your level, and will give you time to bring a plan in terms of the stages of your work in relation to the white paper, so that we're able to begin to assert that whether in 2027, NCOP as the last committee to deal with, this matter will be dealt and the president will be assigned, and towards 2028. So I think that is the clarity that all of us who must understand when we say this white paper is urgent, given the challenges that the country is facing. The second point is that the digital project, and the CFO will also assist us, I see is underfunded, or there's a plan of additional funds to that extent. And I think it's a long-term project. You will recall that in our last committee meeting, when we were from Eastern Cape, we raised some of the issues we're confronted with in our unannounced visit to Umtata and other offices that are confronted. I think also Honorable Mutambi raised the issue of the long queues in terms of the human resource. And I think there must be clarity that this project might, and I think the minister or the DG or the DM will respond to that, is not an attempt to contribute to cap the low employment. In fact, this what you call somebody was saying in the meeting in our public hearing that it may contribute to the retrenchment of people or of workers at the Department of Home Affairs. But I think it's worrying that there's no more funding in order to consolidate what the president has pronounced in the year 2022, when we're introducing the 10,000 young people who must integrate, who must modernize, contribute to the modernization and digital space of the department. And we want you to allocate clarity on the status of these 10,000 young people who were contributing to work in the department on the digital space. What is the status of these young people, given the budget constraints that you have alluded? And what are the more efforts in terms of the skills that you have deposited to these young people? And we're raising this given this month space. You have said that the CFO in your and the DG in the promotion of access of the youth and the women, you have indicated the 30% of participation in the economic space that you provide there in the procurement services. And I think you must demonstrate to what extent is this procurement services that you are so indicative on the 30%. What are the categories of services that these young people and the women, people living with disability, are having to benefit upfront from the Department of Home Affairs, including the Border Management Authority? And what are the patterns of spending in terms of within this 30%? And I think we will have to demonstrate what we mean when we say these people or young people or people with disability are benefiting. So we must have categories of benefiting or participation of this category of youth, women, and people living with disability. So you may need to demonstrate that as CFO, so that we know that does this 30% means that for example, and I'm giving an indicative practical example, that in this thing of yours, not yours, this thing of triple P, DG of the border, these 6 ports of entry. Do we talk to those when you say 30% are benefiting in terms of consortium or joint ventures or any other thing? Or we're saying therefore this of supplying papers on this and that. So the committee must have clarity on the young people, women, people living with disability in terms of actual participation on the mainstream of the work of a Department of Home Affairs and Border Management Authority. So we need that demonstration. The other point which I think has been labored also, which I think that the DG you have requested, which I think the members will grant that for a next week's session, is the kiosks. And I'm sure you'll be comfortable that the president has launched this matter in 2024. And to date, if you move here to Home Affairs, you won't interact with a kiosk. We need to have a demonstrable efforts on the cost that it has been put on these kiosks. And we've also proposed to you, the department, that the rationale behind introducing it is also to mitigate the issues of the long queues. You recall that there was a debate in 2020 around the long queues and also easing the access of services to people. So we've also put across that there must be a way the department must increase the quantum of this of these kiosks around sectors of our country. We've seen how the mobile trucks have able to meet, even there were challenges of the network, but at least they've able to respond to the services when you deploy them to various queries. And the minister, you have also been questioned in our last oral submissions in Parliament. One member of the Parliament asked about expanding these mobile trucks able to reach all angles. And I think we know the constraints of the financial capacity, but we've put across that these kiosks may need to be increased to respond to this long-term vision of digital access and any other framework that the department has made. Within that score, we need to understand why is this taking longer for its integration. I think it's either Honorable Matapo or Honorable Mohammed raised that when you say there's a new solution, you've cut off the contract of another service provider who is now getting into the space, and we need a tangible plan and time frame on the distributions of these kiosks around the country. I think this is a second, I'm attentive to responses, DG. The response on the department that in the second term, this matter is going to be dealt with is a recurring statement. If you go back to all the responses, we've been asking about these kiosks. This is the same response we're getting. So recall that in the next meeting on Tuesday, when you bring this matter of the IT system, this also of the kiosks, we must know what is the connectivity integration issues, who is going to do that, what are the limitations that this thing I can't move to the site or throughout the country. We've raised this issue for many times. And I think we've at that level that we may need to interface with this matter. The other point that I think also to raise is the issue of the banks. I think we must appreciate that there's an expansion and the discussions with the banks. There's a site there that is 1,000 banks that are, or something like that, that are going to be integrated to assist the Department of Home Affairs in order to make sure that services is a good progress. You need to demonstrate to the committee who are these banks, what are the modalities you're going to engage with them, time frame, and which are those banks which have already are on site accessing, making sure that service of the department, and what are the products that these banks are going to apportion to the people of South Africa. So you must demonstrate that when we deal with this thing of the IT in our next meeting. The other point is which is not coming clear on their APP, is the issue of the VFS, its capacity to deliver. And I can recall clearly that in our briefing of the Auditor General in our oversight, there was an indication that the scope has been widened or increased for ID deposit, or ID delivery, or this and that. What is the revenue cap of the VFS and Home Affairs? We must demonstrate in the financial year end, and what is the limitations and the scope of the contractual capacity of this VFS to stay at Home Affairs. So we request that you also demonstrate that front. The other point I think which we think we need to, I think members are correct that, member Matabo, she's correct that we may in future have an uproar, and I think it's beginning to be to signal, and anything is apportioned to the Home Affairs, unfortunately, and the Border Management Authority. Any criminal activities of rape, kidnapping of kids, and this and that, on the line of investigation of work, there's undocumented foreign nationals. It may not be 100%, but you can get an indication that there's an undocumented national. We know that over time, we've raised this issue, DG, that of the inspectorate, the immigration inspectorate. The department has been clear on the lack of funding, and with a concern to all of us. What are the mechanisms, CFO, and the budget framework to increase on the immigration inspectors? There's a law enforcement, how we call them, and the recruitment in this financial year. We have, I think one of you must go to OR Tambo during lunchtime, and I think it's the advice we're giving you. You will meet BMA staff. I don't want to mention restaurants because I may be promoting one over the other. And when you converse with them, you will hear stories which Honorable Mahale has raised. We need to ground the law enforcement agency led by the counter-corruption unit, which we must say, Minister, that counter-corruption unit is doing a good job with other law enforcement agents. And we know that when we're coming in on an oversight, they raise the issue of capacity and money. So we're raising all these things that anything that members have raised is linked to the budget allocation that will limit the work on the ground. Over the weekend, I think they've arrested almost people in KwaZulu-Natal that are producing IDs outside their home or something like that. So BMA, we need that, and they jointly with the immigration office, that what Honorable Mahale is raising, you may need to go and identify it by yourself. Even your staff if you go and talk to them there in one of those restaurants there, they will tell you that the problem of corruption, and we're worried that there's no money for this thing of a lifestyle audit. We may need to have a way, systems. Because we can say there's no money, we're not going to do the work. But we may need to have a system within the law enforcement agencies to make sure that at least we begin to work around that program. The last 2 points is on the, I echo the same view with Honorable Mokhale that we've made a strong case on the funding of the Border Management Authority. All of us, Minister, DM, in the budget vote, we've made a strong case on this money for Border Management Authority. And we will want the BMA, at least when you reconvene, you must demonstrate what are the key items, areas, and I think you have tried to demonstrate key items that are linked to the budget. We know that we won't go the entire budget for everything, but at least priorities areas, because this is a new institution that must be protected, Minister. That must be able to be prioritized in terms of mending our border environment. So I think it's a matter that we need to deal with. The CFO, we are indicating that funding pressures, digital facilities, digital transformation, I've highlighted the facilities, legal costs within the unit, and security services. On facilities, we may need to demonstrate why we're not talking extensively on the Lindela, its impact and its output in terms of the services as defined to do. And what are the measures we may need to rework for that Lindela institution and its financial implications in relation to the hosting, but also to the services that are rendered there, and any other innovative that can gradually work towards making sure that we get money back. So we need you to also demonstrate that, because we went there for oversight, and the members of the committee at various areas, they could demonstrate that no, these funds that are allocated to this area we can take it to the Border Management Authority. Funds that are allocated to services like this, we can work it out to improve this institution. And we think we need to have a conversation around the impact of Lindela. CFO is saying security services is one of the important area of securing the infrastructure of the department, including human resource. And we're indicating that the department want to explore sustainable means. What do you mean when you sustainable means? I'm raising this because in Barberton, this area had collapsed services. People are not going to work because you have not done the contract, this and that. And if there's no money, what do you mean when it says you have to have ways to mitigate this? Because security is an important, because if you don't have security, everybody can just get in and out. Obviously, cameras are not working and this and that, so that we are prepared in our thought process. What will be the program that you are dealing with? So these are some of the issues that I thought we must deal with on this matter of the department. I'll then request that DM, I see your hand.
No, thank you, Chair. I had another meeting scheduled. I thought we would be done by this time. Can I humbly request, Chair, that I probably make inputs on some of the issues that we raised before the team and be requested to be excused subsequently to that? I'm happy because the minister is also in the meeting and everybody else is in here, so they will be able to respond just to deal to the matters that have that directly impact in my area of responsibility.
Okay, no, thanks. I think also you must also deal with the issue of the campaigns around the ID and the birth registration. So what we'll do, we'll request the DM, then we'll invite Commissioner, no, sorry, the Director General with your team, then we'll request Commissioner Tupan, and also then we'll then invite the minister to wrap up the conversation. DM.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson, and thanks to the members for all the questions and the inputs that have been made. I think most of them really assist us in the process of getting our work and taking it forward. I think we are all in agreement with regard to the concerns that we have with regards to the drop in the birth rates, and that is what is really affecting us and our ability to meet the targets as it comes to birth registration. And as such, we are now basing our targets on the basis of on the basis of the information we've received from various research institutes that are able to help us in terms of shaping our targets. I think what will give us more details and accurate numbers, because there is a disparity in terms of the beds that occur with health facilities, because those particular beds, they also include foreign national beds, and they have been consistently going up. And with foreign national beds, we only issue the notice of birth. But I think with the e-birth system that is in development, it will allow us to actually give us factual figures in terms of the volumes of beds that we actually interact with as Home Affairs, because currently the foreign national beds are done separately and we do not report on them, whereas we only report on these ones. But in terms of the work and the commitment of resources that we put in, it's for both foreign national beds as well as South African beds. I think the concern is noted around the health facilities. I can tell you, Chair, we have been connecting health facilities, which means that we have been staying ahead of the problem. We, in the last year, connected 48 facilities just in the past financial year. And the priority for us in the main over the time has been the high birth registering facilities, which give birth to children more than 5,000 a year. And all of those ones we have connected. It's only the small birth registration facilities that we are now wrapping out. So I think the issue mainly really points to the issue of the dropping birth rates. And I think if we have this problem, it will soon also affect our targets when it comes to the issue of identity documents for minors. Because remember, as the rate is going down now for new birth registration, it means that in a long time, we will be registering less people in terms of giving them identity cards and smart ID cards. So we're going to be planning towards that. And we will continue with the ID campaigns. I think we have done in some of the provinces. We were just recently in the Northern Cape, we were recently in Mpumalanga, to sort of drive that school, and our mobile fleet is on the ground in schools to make sure that we register those minors. And that is why over time we have been able to meet our target. But we are trying to do more in terms of looking at the regulatory framework and impediments in terms of regulations that are impeding birth registration. I think Honorable Ross indicated that you'll find that people will come to a health facility without all the documents, but they will come there with their fingerprints. So their fingerprints and should be enough for us to download the file and attach a mother to the to a mother to a child and then register register them on the spot without really having to push more paper, and that is part of our e-birth process. I think the digitization of paper records, Chair, is very important for us because it allows us to store all our information digitally and allows that particular information to be used quite with speed, and it also provides a base for the digital home affairs that we are building, and it also provides convenience for our customers. I think as of yet, we have digitized about 28 million records in the 23-24 financial year, a further 12.1 this year, and another, we are already, that just for the current year, we're already on 5.9 million. So for us, that is very important. I think we must indicate that there were funding commitment pressures where we did not get the money that we were supposed to have been allocated, which really impacted on our intake. But now we are going to rely largely on how do we use the limited resources we have and drive for more efficiency in terms of how we move. But also the numbers have been affected. It's almost the same issue we had with our legal unit, where we took the risk and hired directors and so on who were sort of in the private sector. Some of them were not employed, but then later as they get experience with us, they then get employment elsewhere. It has been the same with regards to the digitization project, where a number of young people who will have admitted will later leave. And they will leave because they are getting experience and getting further opportunities. And the turnaround time in terms of government recruitment, it becomes much of a challenge. So we're looking at a system on how we can mitigate that and make sure that we are streamlined to deliver on the number of records that we need to digitize, and by making sure that we keep as much as we deliver as much as possible in terms of the record, and we meet at the target. We are also looking at using those digitization facilities for other government departments and forging partnerships, because the entirety of government is moving towards a digital area, so they need to move all those records. So we'll look at how do we leverage those digitization infrastructure that we have built, not only to work for Home Affairs, but also to work for the entire government, and also becomes a revenue stream for us when we digitize those records for other government departments. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, TM, for that response. DG?
No, thanks, Chair, and thanks, DM, for taking some of the questions. Can I ask Mr. Mavuso and the CFO to deal with those questions that are related to them? And then I'll then take the others before maybe Minister closes.
Can we have an indication that DG is DG Mavuso and the CFO and who else?
That's all, Chair.
Okay, thanks very much. The DG Mavuso and then the CFO. Then I'll go back to DG. Thank you.
No, Chair. No, thank you very much for the opportunity. No, Chair, I think on the issue that has been raised around the issue of the kiosk, as you have indicated, Chair, we will bring back in the next meeting the plan that we have around finalizing the integration to ensure that deployment has happened. I think we did indicate that there was a delay in relation to live capture integration. So the IT team is working on that to ensure that that is finalized. And then I think DM has touched on the issue of relating to the digitization, but I think there was an issue that was raised around the benefits. So what we have seen is that, Chair, in the Department of Home Affairs, there are two products that are problematic or delaying in terms of turnaround times, is the permanent resident permit and the personal amendments. So what Civic Services has been able to benefit now was that the availability of digitized records makes it much more easier to have the amendment of personal records or personal amendment easier, because they are now able to access some of the records that they look for digital. So those, I think, some of the benefits that we've had, Chairperson. in relation to the digitization. And then, Chair, I think also in relation to around the health facility issues, we've been increasing the issue at health facilities. Last year, we connected additional 48. So I think that's an increasing. The footprint on that. And then I think on the issue of the
Yeah, I think we're losing the DDG Mavuso. Yeah, we're losing. Mr. Matons, do you hear him, or is on my side?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I can hear him.
Okay. Let's move DG, who can hear him. Let's load the
CFO, those questions that are related to finance, do you want to deal with that, including issues around self-financing?
DG, if I may.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Chairperson, thank you for the question. So if I could start with the issues about digitization of records and the budget pressures we face, Chair. So Chairperson, in the previous financial year, we did not have additional funding allocated by National Treasury for the digitization of records project. And we then, as a department, reprioritized 500 million from our baseline for this particular purpose. Some of that money came from buildings and facilities, and that's why there's now pressure on buildings and facilities as well. So, Chairperson, as far as the promise in the current financial year is concerned, the Minister of Finance, in his response to our minister, did indicate that there is a provision made for digitization of records in this financial year later on, if the fiscus improves. If that situation, if that doesn't materialize, if we do not get that money from National Treasury, then we have already made provision again from baseline, Chair, for another 500 million in the current financial year to see this digitization of records project through. So, Chairperson, then we also have the bigger project, which I would call the digital transformation roadmap or the digitization roadmap. So, Chairperson, from that, we have what we call the WIO allocation. If you look on slide 47, there's an allocation there. 46, sorry, Chair. On 46, there's specifically and exclusively appropriated an amount of 767 million in the current financial year. Now, that is for our IT services, Chair, in general, but obviously we will reprioritize from that IT budget also for the digitization transformation project as well. So, Chair, but we do accept that the digital transformation will be a costly exercise. And for that, we are working on to get the approval for the verification services in place. And Chair, we have estimated that that will generate significant revenue on our side and will then enable us to implement the digital transformation roadmap. But we do expect, Chair, that that is going to be a significant cost and we need additional funding for that. But we, as I said, we are making the plan through self-financing to fund our digital transformation. Chairperson, then on the cost pressures itself, I explained about the digitization of records. We didn't get money from National Treasury. This project is of such importance that we've prioritized 500 million from our own baseline to cover that and to maintain that project. Chairperson, the cost on buildings, as I said, we took money from buildings and facilities to cover the digitization project. We make up the shortfall through self-financing as the year progressed, but as the currently, Chairperson, our facilities, private leases as well as state-owned leases, that expenditure is not fully funded. It's only funded to 400 million, and we spent about 700 million per annum on private leases as well as state-owned leases for property. What we do there, Chair, is you know about the move into the banks, the kiosks, all those alternatives will make it, even the move into the malls. We are trying to find ways to cut our expenditure on buildings and facilities as well. So the kiosks, all of that is linked to our cost-saving measures there, Chair. Chairperson, the last item I would like to talk about is the issue of security. So, Chairperson, our security private guarding services became very, very expensive. When we issued bids, the costs came to 750 million rands for all our officers. So, Chairperson, that's something we, in the current state, we could not afford. We then agreed that we will look at our deployment of private security, and so that's the one issue. So we look at your current deployments. Then the second issue was we also considered the issue of insourcing versus outsourcing. We are still discussing that, Chair. So whether we are going to appoint our internal security officials. We do have 103, if I remember the figure correctly, Chair, already on our books. And then, Chair, for weekends and after hours, we're looking at alarms and armed reaction. So that should then reduce our reliance on a night shift duty, which is also expensive and also over weekends. So, Chairperson, and lastly, is we're just looking at the effective utilization and location of our facilities. A facility in a mall, for instance, Chair, that needs less security than a standalone building somewhere in a high-risk area. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks very much. I think, DG, one of the issues which we must also deposit, that at least you'll come back to us. You managed to finish us with or maybe request our team with the DBSA new amendment in terms of recruitment, so that we're familiar with and what are the framework to process such. I think it's either you, DG, or CFO who dealt with the DBSA new amendment. CFO, I fully agree or note with you. We may need also, once you have dealt with that point of insourcing or outsourcing, we may need to have a plan on the overall take, because I think you are saying that is an urgent matter in relation to the security podium of the department. And also, I think we need to be exposed whether these security services that are amending all the departments, whether we don't have undocumented nationals. There's a case in point that was referred to one of the municipalities which was found to have undocumented foreign national who is mending their institution. So you may need to find time, DG, to deal with that area for the work. DG, if there's no any other matter, I'm going to invite Commissioner Tupane and then the Minister. DG?
Maybe just to illustrate, because this question was asked twice by Honorable Ngubane through Honorable Mohammed with regards to the kiosks, which Mr. Mabuso has adequately responded to. Just to indicate that it will be critical, Chair, not to ventilate some of those issues, because we might get some litigation around some of the issues that are ventilated. But we think we now have a solution. We're working with the colleagues internally and also the team at SARS to execute. And then the last one was with regards to, I think Honorable Mutambi asked a question around our capacity. Currently, our vacancy rate will be at 1.6. If you were to look at the funded posts of 7,316, so it's about 1.6. We have 150 that we are intending to fill. I think that requirement by the DPSA, have just been told that it's been relaxed, which means we no longer need their approval to process some of those applications. So let me pause here, Chair, and then allow maybe the Minister to reply. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, DG. Let's further converse about the first point of kiosk in our next session, as you have requested us to deal with. Can I invite DDG Tupane, and then if there are any other issues from the Border Management Authority, so that we allow the minister to deal with the two portfolios when he summarizes. Commissioner Tupane?
Thanks, Chairperson. I'll just touch on the areas that affected the BMA in terms of the questions members raised. I'll start with the issues raised by Honorable Ruos, mentioning that, well, we don't have money. We hope to have more, but the reality is that we will not have, and therefore that we will have to learn how to do more with less. Indeed, the BMA has already started doing that. Even in the training program that we are sharing, we planning to run the multi-skilling program so that most of our officials acquire diverse skills. If you are able to inspect biosecurity in line with agriculture, these are people who can equally be trained to also be able to do the same for the environmental products. There are such areas that we are identifying where we can have such and be able to utilize our skills across the board. We also are working with other organs of state, municipalities. We've started with the City of Cape Town in relation to the capacity that can be availed to assist us and relieve the pressure in the ports of entry, and we will do so approaching other municipalities to see that are within the border space, to see how we can together utilize our capacities for the better functioning of the ports. And indeed, the issue of strengthening the integration or fast-tracking the discussions is something that is on the spotlight, and it's indeed an area that will bring the very much needed relief, considering that when such happens, resources, which is the finances and the assets and the tools of trade that are being utilized for border policing. On the issues that were raised by Honorable Member Mtolo, the numbers of border guards that we wish to have, we're having 600 at the moment, and the conservative plan, I must emphasize, the conservative plan had been that we're going to be increasing by 200 every year, such that by year 2032, we will be having 2,200 of the border guards, meaning this boots on the ground within the border law enforcement area. This is still far less than the numbers that are proposed in the roadmap, which is close to 10,000, but we are hopeful that with technology, we will be able to, and it has to be there. If technology comes in, it will help us not have a need to move to much bigger numbers on boots on the ground if technology then becomes a multiplier in terms of more drones, underground sensors, and all the technology that is being used internationally with regard to border monitoring. But for the consecutive plan, 200 on an annual basis, we had hoped, but it's also not materializing. On the question that had been raised by Honorable Mutambi regarding the branding and CARA funding, branding goes with, honorable members, if I may try to elaborate, goes with the signage within the ports. It's not only a nice to have in terms of, making sure that BMA is visible, making sure that, yes, the integration is happening. Yes, for the integration, it does help, even mental-wise and culture change, for people to know that we are now in this single command entity. You no longer have ports branded with the agriculture there, with home affairs there, with the health there. And my emphasis, it's not just a nice to have. Members might be aware that when you have poor signage within the ports, this somehow facilitates corruption, because people deliberately get lost sometimes, or our officials might just make people get lost so that they meet them in other corners. But when there is proper signage, people know where to go. it also facilitates movement. People are not lost, wasting their time, not sure where to find what they are looking for. So it does serve the purpose of efficiency when you have branding and signages that are improved, but also it helps us combating criminal and unwanted activities that happen around and within the port premises. The CARA funding, BMA had obtained 150 million, and the CFO, when she spoke, she indicated we had, in terms of our case, the business case we presented for CARA funding had been for 500 million, and we just got 30% of that. We do appreciate it. We're not saying we're not saying this by way of lack of appreciation for what we got, but we are saying it's still far short, taking us where we have to be in terms of delivering on the mandate of the BMA. That funding is mainly focused on the operational equipment of the BMA. So it's a fund that comes with those limitations, or so we can't use it for any other thing. You can use it to upscale capacity, but for the issues like drones, speedboats in the Coast Guard, the vehicles, your prison and all the specialized equipment that's required for the border management work. The issues raised by Honorable Mohale, very important indeed. We do hear you, and Chairperson, you also came back on these issues of the lifestyle audit. We very much wanted to do it, and as members would see, we have been working. We had been
I'm just
trying other mechanisms.
I'm just in a meeting, and I don't know if you can call me in the afternoon. I'm just in a meeting on virtual.
Mr. Matons, you are disrupting your meeting. Please.
We tried various mechanisms and getting quotations and seeing what works. And the last codes that we got were when we had gone the government route, the government entity route, and we're using the SIU, which is the least cost you could get in doing a lifestyle audit. And that's the one that I indicated for 100 people being a 9 million, meaning that if you were to subject all employees of the BMA to the lifestyle audit, you'd have to have some 200 nearly $250 million to do that. But also considering that more than 80%, actually more than 90% of the BMA employees are the frontline, either frontline officers in the form of border guards, specialized immigration, and law enforcers in that area, but also back office. You have supply chain people who work in supply chain who need to be subjected to this. We continue to work hard. This is one of the projects where we are saying we just needed to inform members that we don't have money for this at the moment, but we are prioritizing it. Any money that becoming available for the BMA, we will be able to do that. It's a project that it's on our priority, and we have already highlighted how how rife corruption is. We don't undermine this. We are working with the law enforcement structures, the Hawks, SIU, SSA, but as members would know, all these aspects are more reactive than proactive, and lifestyle audits might be able to point us to issues that we may be able to identify in advance and be able to deal with. On the functions, same from Honorable Mohale, on the functions that were moved to the BMA that are not funded, indeed, the WESAM, the CFO is still engagement with the CFOs of the departments where we had established that, for example, the leases, if you have nearly 400 employees of a department that had subsequently been integrated into the BMA who were housed in various leased properties across the country in the various ports, and yet that budget had not been transferred to the BMA. And that emerged largely because when some departments identified budgets to be transferred, they focused on the budgets for compensation of employees and maybe just some assets like the laptops and tools and the desks they're sitting on. But the budgets that were centralized, not within port, were located in the departments, but within facilities somewhere, this budget was not extracted to be transferred to the BMA. Those engagements are going ahead, and we are hoping that we will be able to get such budgets moved to the BMA. On the questions raised by Honorable Matupa, that is for the BMA, there's just one question relating to whether we have or considered collaborations with the Consumer Council. I must be upfront, members, we appreciate this. We had not reached this level yet, and one realizes already that there are some benefits that we may get out of engaging with the Consumer Council, much as their focus is on the product labeling and consumer rights. We're dealing with goods coming into the country, and sometimes there's valuable information you can get from them, particularly in the areas of disguised labeling. They are so specialized in these areas that they may even help us even in the identification of products, even if they may be labeled, but just under disguise. For example, the cases that we had dealt with at some stage of the products like the organophosphate or phosphate or poisoning, that the red poisoning that had been in the spotlight or in the news for some time. And these are areas where collaborations might be able to enhance our work on the ground. We will do that. We appreciate the input. I believe, Chair, these are all the inputs that related to the PMA, and we noted that you requested that we still provide the highest priority of the budget pressure and what could be done, and that we will prepare for the next sitting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Tupana, for your detailed response. Minister, I think you have, though you arrived late, the apologies was noted. You'll also deal with the two portfolios, Home Affairs and the Border Management Authority. Minister?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Let me just switch on my camera as well so that you can see it's me. Apologies for arriving a few minutes late, but thank you for allowing me to engage in that Cabinet Committee meeting this morning. Chair, I think a lot has been said on some of the substantive issues that have been raised by colleagues on the committee, so I would not want to rehash them. I think there are some high-level things that I can just make some comments on. I think firstly, Chair, just to start by noting your comments, and I think on the issues of IT and CETA, etc., that is absolutely a critical one. And so we note that, and I think you want us to look at all of the issues you mentioned there, the kiosks, progress on expanding the services with banks. So we've noted all of that, and I think that will be critical for us to engage on. I think you've also correctly highlighted, as well as a number of members on the committee, the moving up of the time frame on the white paper. I think you've indicated correctly where we would like the process to be by the end of this term, and it is with that target in mind that we will proceed. I just want to indicate to you that there is a lot of work going on in that space, and the Immigration Advisory Board will also be advising us on some of these issues, as well as what you've mentioned around DIRCO, one of the challenges that we need to deal with from the original white paper. So all of that work is ongoing, Chair, and of course you outlined how that process will go through the Cabinet process as well. So I think we're fully aligned on that. I think this issue of lifestyle audits is one we should and do all agree on. And I think it raises the broader situation we now find ourselves in the space, Chair, which is really, we now need another way to really find the funding that we're looking for all of these ambitious reforms that we want to undertake, but also for these foundational things like lifestyle audits and some of the systems enhancements that we need to do. So I think the CFO from Home Affairs has covered a number of initiatives in that space. I think it's also important just to flag that the ETA is potentially a good source of revenue as well. And it addresses the issue that you actually raised around service providers, because this is in fact a way of insourcing that service through the use of a digital platform. And so we're looking at how we can also, use that self-funding mechanism essentially. That's the broad challenge we face, is how can we reprioritize internally? And I think the CFO touched on that for the Home Affairs side, but also then how can we use self-financing more effectively to fund and drive some of these critical initiatives that will have major spin-offs across the economy. So it is indeed a good investment. And Chair, I think, let me recognize the committee that has always made this point around an investment in the BMA being a good investment, an investment in Home Affairs being a good investment. And I think that's the perspective that we continue with. The challenge around the integration of the SAPS border policing function with the BMA is an urgent one, Chair. We are all working and operating in this committee as if the process of establishing the BMA is concluded, but it is quite a serious issue that the SAPS part of that has not been concluded. And so I am engaging with Minister Mkhunu, and we are working on that. But from my side, I can indicate to the committee that what I needed to sign and do has been done, and it really is a matter that is with SAPS and that needs to be taken forward quite urgently now, because that's actually the final step in establishing the BMA, and it will make a massive, massive difference to the capacitation of the BMA. I don't know what the exact figures are, but it's a large number of officers that actually can be integrated into the BMA. And that, I think, is a key opportunity where SAPS can really assist us. Chair, I just want to touch on the issue of IDs. I think we all understand, that this is one of the key routine services that the department offers. I think, building on the partnership with the banks, getting the kiosks, off the ground. These are all mechanisms that will help us increase the uptake of the smart ID. And I just want to use the opportunity to say again why I think this is so critically important, because we estimate there are about 18 million green ID books currently still in circulation. And, if you look at some of the recent research in this space, there was a report out earlier this year that found the smart ID is 500% less prone to fraud than the green ID book, and that the green ID book, in fact, has a fraud rate of 34%, according to these researchers, which makes it the most defrauded one in Africa. And so I do want to say that this is probably the biggest step our country can take, the biggest single thing we can do to combating identity theft, financial fraud involving, fake IDs and fraudulent IDs. And so that's why this really is a burning platform for the country. It is an urgent priority. And that's why a number of these initiatives to expand access through things like smartphone apps, through partnership with the banks, indeed through the kiosks and the mobile units, they must all come together now to a point where we can say that every eligible person has access to the smart ID, and that we are then ceasing production of the green ID book, and then eventually, of course, transitioning fully to only using the smart ID. That is really the vision in that space. And I think once you see those figures, it should set alarm bells off for all of us and make us all move really very urgently on dealing with that particular issue. Chair, I think that that covers what I had noted here as the broader issues and ones that hadn't been addressed yet. So let me just thank the Portfolio Committee for their inputs, and also I think the fact that we've had a unusual budget process, an iterative process, has actually led to the creation of a more refined product. And I want to thank the Portfolio Committee for their contribution to that. Of course, the budget side is not the kind of story that we would hope to be in, but that is a function of where South Africa's economy is. But I do think in terms of the plans themselves and the vision and practical steps that the strategic plan and the APPs for both Home Affairs and the BMA outlines, I think they are good products that have gone through quite a lot of deliberation with your input as well. So thank you very much, Chair and honourable members.
Thanks, Minister, and also I see this hand of Honorable Mukhale. Honorable Mukhale.
All right. No, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to bring to your attention, Chairperson, that I had written to the Minister a week ago on a very critical issue. And to this date, I've not even received any acknowledgement of my email. So I would like the Minister to urgently respond to the issue that I've brought to his attention. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, let's, Minister, I think you have noted the matter. If you can refer that matter also, Honorable Mukhale, to Mr. Matonsi for attention. I think the Minister in the next meeting will be able to, or at this appropriate time. But we can say in the next meeting, he can respond to you in writing or in the meeting. Let's establish that principle, Minister. I think you've noted the matter that Honorable Mukhale is raising.
Yes, thanks, Chair. I must just say off the top of my head, I didn't see anything, but we'll certainly go back and check and respond there. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, no, thanks. Noted, thanks, Mr. Minister, and thanks your team. But I think we must also appreciate that you have taken on the issues that were raised by the committee, DG, when we were opening the presentation, and how far you have went, and the limitations that may arise in terms of implementation around the budget allocation. We want to appreciate that, and also your team. Commissioner Topana, want also to appreciate that. We have agreed that in our next meeting, you also, before we adopt the reports, we'll also have the opportunity to interface with what we've agreed that you must work on, and to the attention of the committee, so that at the time the committee is going to deliberate in committee and also take a decision to consider this revised plan, at least we have solicited clarity on all the details that are required by the meeting. I'm happy that the Minister, you are raising the issue of the transfer of the police and the funds that are associated with that. That Director General, you recall that you indeed raised this matter sharply when the then Minister Cele was the Minister of Police, and also the Commissioner Mashiapat, around the intention of the department and also the BMA to solicit that transfer in order to make sure that we enhance the capacity of the team. I think that is a good progress that the Minister is also taking over to advance that lobbying and also to interact with the current Minister. Thanks very much. In the next meeting, I think we agreed, Minister, that your team will come back to deal with some of the issues in relation to the SETA and IT that we have agreed on. Mr. Matonsi, it will mean, therefore, we'll have to start with the item of the Department of Home Affairs in relation to the subject matters, and therefore deal with the receive a report or a presentation by IEC and also the government printing works. The committee, once all the reports have been presented, will then have an in-committee meeting to deliberate on the work that has been done by the stakeholders. Thanks very much, colleagues. I'll advise that we deal with the minutes in our next meeting, Mr. Matons, unfortunately, because of the time and other movement of members of the committee that has to join other platforms or meetings. The minutes. Is there any other item, Mr. Matons?
Chairman,
I can't hear you, Mr. Matons.
I was saying that was all for today, Chair. The minutes.
Okay. All right. Thanks, honorable members. Thanks, Minister, and your team. The team of Commissioner Tupana, the DG, and all officials for having interacted with the Portfolio Committee. The meeting stands adjourned.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Hey, Moses.
Madras.
Hey. Let me
But
just
I'm on
hold on.
leave, but
No,
okay.
I want to stop the recording. What's that recording?
Press stop.
I want to stop it.
Recording
Press stop.
stopped.
I stop it, but I want to stop recording. Yeah. Okay, I did.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, share your presentation. I want to check something. Just quickly.
Okay. Let me do this. Let me go to my presentation. Oh, stupid. No, that's a wrong one.
No, any presentation.
Yeah, it's for tomorrow, that one.
No, even if it's for tomorrow, just flag it. So I want to see why doesn't it show a full
You see, one of the things, Eddie,
There are viewing settings. It's about the settings, Eddie.
Yeah.
Yeah,
is the setting?
I am using what you call I'm connected to a TV via HDMI. So when I go to share, all right, I pick it up there. Can you see it?
Yeah, go to slide mode.
Now, that is where then the issue becomes for me. If I go on slide mode, I no longer see any other button or anything that I must maneuver in terms of the presentation.
I'll show you.
I
can show you, Muzi. Just present, and then there's something called viewing here on the top there.
Yeah.
On the top,
You see at the top there, where it says display settings.
And now, Adam, that is exactly where the problem is, because according to my screen, it's just full there on the TV screen, basically. So I can't see anything further than the presentation itself. For an example, as you can see, I'm having my cursor moving all over the presentation, but I don't see any commands or any buttons that I should be pressing then to,
Why is it connected to your TV?
Yeah?
You connected your laptop to the TV.
Remember, my screen it died a long time ago.
Oh,
now,
okay.
I'm going now to the presentation itself, and it says swap what? Swap presenter view and slideshow. You see?
There we go.
Now I can see what you are basically seeing there. Now I can see the end slideshow, display settings, show taskbar.
No, but this looks good. This is okay.
Yeah.
Yes. So what do I do now to move this presentation to the slide mode?
You don't now. It's fine. It's already in good view. Now you can just move the slide up and down with the arrow keys. Or
Yes, but now the question also on my side, what I'm viewing is also the next slide coming. You see,
oh, okay. No, on our side we can only see one slide.
you can only see one slide.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
So basically, you're seeing the presenter mode, but everybody else is seeing a single slide. So that's good.
Okay.
You just use this in future.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. No.
Okay, yeah.
Then it settles the problem because I just could not see right there. You know, I could not see the show taskbar, display settings, and slide because the screen just put up with this whole slide. And to me, that is the slideshow, but only to find that on your side, it's not the slideshow.
Yeah, okay, good. Thank you. You've just educated everybody on Parliament streaming as well, because they were still on the. Okay, cheers, guys.
Remember, we are okay. Let me end the slideshow. Okay. Now, is everything back to normal to you, or it's still?
Now we see it in non-presentation mode, in the editing mode.
Okay, it's now in the editing mode. All right. Okay. So you see, I'm not even looking at the laptop. I'm looking at the screen there because screen a laptop who died. I don't know how many months or years ago.
Okay, no,
So
we're going to put it in our budget report that we must make budget allocations for Muzi to have a new monitor or new repair these monitors.
New laptop.
But also, when you can also go to these buzzer shops or these computer shops and just get the monitor repaired for yourself. It's like 1,000 rand.
it's cracked. It's dead. Only the camera that is looking at me, but I cannot see myself on it. I then have to look on the
When you have an IT section there that can repair that monitor.
That's what I wanted to check. What is the IT section saying about your laptop?
They were busy talking about the budget, but
But let's say
they
if you were to
cannot
work,
hire me.
how do you use your laptop to work?
Yeah.
How do you use the laptop?
I'm connected at work to the screen, a bigger screen, so you can see. You see.
So they okay.
So I have to be using all this every day. I'm sitting here, you know. So yeah, that's basically what the problem for me. Other than that, no, we are fine.
Okay, cheers, guys.
Sure.
Okay.
I know you are on
Riaz,
leave.
are you still here?
Yeah, I think he's still around.
You see, Riaz just logged in and he left the office. There's something very urgent that is happening there in the office.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, I answered the phone and then I didn't realize that I was not muted.
Yeah, and the chairperson wanted to eat you alive.
No.
All right, not a problem.
Sure.
Thank you so much, buddy.
Yeah, all right. You know, the
Okay.
meeting next week, I don't know, the chairperson now, he wants to have the department coming back on this IT. I don't know if we'll be able to finish with the IEC and GPW.
I don't know myself because remember the Friday meeting was cancelled. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Just hold on for me, Pumban. Okay, no, not a problem,
Okay.
buddy. Thank you so very much.
All right. Hello. Hey, I'm sorry, man. I'm not one of mute down. Yeah, and then quickly, man, Chairperson, for next week's meeting, do you want it virtual or physical? Okay. Yeah, then I'll make that application. But the other thing is, I just wanted to let you know that there's a sitting at 2. You remember we're receiving 2 presentations from IEC and GPW. And then 2 o'clock there's a sitting. Now that we added Home Affairs, I know we started the number 1, there is member statements, and then from there's public sector pension and related payments, B, and then there's a public sector pension related. Okay, that's the same thing. And then it's hybrid. I'm not 100% sure. Okay, for members, Tina, we normally okay. No, I'll ask Baba. She will come back to you. So, but I still include the IEC, the department IT next week. Eh? Okay. Okay. All right. No, thanks. Sure. I studied about this itinerary. Instead in the meeting, what happened to say, well, what my itinerary told. So I just went there into the then I WhatsApp him myself. So I know. Hey. Big one from you. Now I just say thanks when I WhatsApp it to him. Okay, no, it's fine. Yeah, just remind him on that thing. Since 8 o'clock, I was in the meeting, sitting down. So now I'm going to the Cape Town market area. I'm just going to go in business there and come back and plan. I want to rest. Then I'll start working tomorrow. Yeah, then we're going to have a what is it? A virtual meeting next week. I thought you want to pick up my call when I called now to confirm on that meeting, because I'm telling him, this is when we're in the meeting to say, this thing will be done in the next meeting. So I'm telling him that there's a sitting next week, and then now we're adding the eyes, then we're adding the department. Then we weren't able to finish the department. But this thing will take no give them 30 minutes. Okay. This one looks like a baby. Even a baby is much better. But I think he just wants to show his power. It's not like the other countries. I think when we were at the home country, and then I'm sitting there, he's sitting there, so he asked me to send him his boarding pass on a WhatsApp. For that very same day, what was flying back home. No, but wait. So for me, I'm confused that what is we should do? And then I sent it the because I'm thinking, why would I send a boarding pass? And then we respond back to say, no, I mean a boarding pass. So in other words, I'm upsetting on the flight online. I just don't know when it's traveling alone. How does he do it? Onto the online and then what? But otherwise, it will be. No, but I'm just saying. Oh. But I'm just saying, for him, it's like, I'm so surprised. Checking, I was even nothing with what is his name? Who research? Why does he want me to check in? Why can't you just, because it's sitting with his phone, there is even this thing. You just checking yourself. No, but anyway. Oh, okay, yeah. Sometimes, I don't understand. That's what I was saying to the other guys. I say, sometimes, some pages, it's like when I think the photographer made a mistake. I don't know. It's a mistake. Oh, then I responded to say, no, I just sent them as I received from the. So he said, yeah, but anyway, that's why I just kept quiet. I said, no, I'm not going to be. Yeah. Mm. Okay. All right. So. I'm okay, you? Okay, are you on leave? Oh, okay, if you are doing good, fine. There was something that no, yeah, I did make something. Well, there is a gentleman here who went to Parliament on Friday, and then he's looking for his father's death certificate. And then it says the department is unable to assist him because doesn't have an ID number of the father of the. And then I spoke to Moses with what were in the public hearing in the Northwest. It was there. So I asked Moses, I said, no, what would be another alternative to assist me? He said, no, if you can give the date of birth and the date of birth of his father, the name, yeah, maybe they will be able to. Yeah, so yeah, then I emailed those to you, and also I'm not sure who by the oh, okay. If you can just WhatsApp. Okay. All right. Okay. Enjoy your leave. Okay.